Great. Okay, good. So everybody from the select board's here? Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started then. Welcome everybody to the select board meeting. Today is April 20th, and we're going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to give the opportunity to any other committee that's on the call, finance in particular, library, if they're here, to go ahead and call your meeting to order.
Ken, you're muted. Ken, you're muted.
Who's muted?
Ken. I see his lips moving, but I don't. There he is.
There we go. Try again.
Hello?
Gotcha.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, I'll call the meeting of the Finance Committee to order, please.
Okay.
Purpose of the meeting, participate in a discussion with the Southampton Selectboard about the FY22 operating budget and the FY22 projected revenues.
Okay, great. So is there any other committee that wants to call their meeting to order that has a quorum?
I believe if we aren't at quorum now, we may approach it later. So I'll call to order the meeting of the library trustees in this joint meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you and welcome, everyone. I'm going to request that Ed read the sort of preamble to the meetings during COVID, please.
Sure. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 and March 23rd order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Town of Southampton Select Board is being conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to view this meeting while in progress may do so by go to zoom.us/join. Hit join a meeting in the top right of your screen. Type in the meeting ID 893-8561-9946, password 610454, hit join. Please be sure to mute your device when joining in. Note, to join in the video meeting with cell phone, you will need to download the Zoom app from the App Store. Call-in telephone number is 646-558-8656, or by watching Public Access TV, Charter Spectrum Channel 191. In-person attendance and public comment at select board meetings will be suspended until further notice. If you email a written public comment before the scheduled select board meeting, it will be read at that select board meeting. If you email a written public comment after viewing something at a live televised select board meeting, it will be read at the next select board meeting. Please send your public comments via email to selectmen@townofsouthampton.org. Please note that all public comments must be within the requirements of the policy on public comments listed in the open time for the public on the select board agenda.
All right, thank you very much, Ed. This meeting is specifically to discuss the budget with the Finance Committee. Most of the department heads have already had the opportunity to meet with the Finance Committee. So I'm going to primarily have the meeting be about the budget. There are a number of other agenda items, and so I'm going to request of the Select Board the opportunity to move up the agenda item of the budget. But also there's a couple of items that are either time sensitive or they're dependent upon the budget. So with the Select Board's approval, I was going to request that we quickly cover the appointments, resignations, discuss the State House note borrowing bid, the employee approval for town short-term disability, and the Earth Day proclamation. All of them have to happen today. So is there a motion to approve changing the order of the meeting?
So moved.
I move,
Okay,
and
so.
I'll second.
Okay, so Chris and then Francine, all in favor?
Tishman, aye.
Fowles eye.
Groden, aye. And is Matt?
He said he was driving. He's maybe not home yet.
Okay, all right. So that's approval with 3 votes.
Hey,
we can-
sorry, it's 4. I wasn't able to unmute myself, but now I'm on.
Okay,
And I'm
all right.
also in the waiting room on my computer,
okay,
so I can. I'm
okay.
here now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so in order to move so that other committees can take care of members.
Ooh.
We have 2 resignations. The one is Yvonne Batty Davis from the Council on Aging Board, and the other one is Brian Steele from the Housing Authority. Can I have a motion to approve their resignation?
I move to approve the resignations.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Tishman, aye.
Fowles eye.
And Ed, Matt is muted.
There you got it, unmuted. Hang on a second.
Yep. I'll say Groden, aye while we're waiting.
Okay, where'd Matt go? I can't find him on the list. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you, Ed. Roland, aye.
Okay, great. That's unanimous. I just want to say thank you very much to both of them for their service on the committees. Appreciate that. We're going to jump down to the State House note borrowing bid award. Ed, you want to let us know what that's, the details on that?
Sure. We needed to borrow for the police and fire SUVs, the last highway dump truck, and the Norris School improvements, which not only were the Norris School improvements were not only a borrowing, but it was a debt exclusion. So last year, the market due to COVID, all we could get was 1 year. So Jen Day, our treasurer collector, went out and had Unibank do bids for us for a 3-year period. And we got about 7 different entities bidding on those. The low bidder was Greenfield Savings Bank with a rate of 1% for the 3-year period. And Jen's just joining us now if she wants to or would like to add anything to that. Hang on, let me find where she is to make sure that she is in and unmuted. There we go. Come on.
There she is.
There's Jen. Hi, Jen.
Hi, Ed.
We were just going over the approval for the 3-year period for the bids we received back for the State House notes for the police and fire SUVs, the highway dump plow truck, and the Norris School improvements. And I was telling the select board that the low bidder was Greenfield Savings Bank for a 1% rate for a 3-year period. So didn't know if you'd like to add anything to my brief summary.
I guess I would just say what I told you today, that although 1% for this year, if we were doing a 1-year note, we could get a rate of 0.5% for this year, most likely. However, in the next 2 years, the 1% will save us money overall because the next 2 years they're expecting the rates to increase. So I think that the 3-year is the best way to go.
So we're locked in.
What's that?
We're locked in at the 1%.
Correct.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so the, what we need to agree to is 1% for 3 years with Greenfield. Seems like a pretty good rate for a 3-year lock-in. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the bid as discussed with Greenfield Savings. Is it Greenfield Savings Bank? Is that right?
It's Greenfield Cooperative.
Greenfield Cooperative Bank for the State House note borrowing bid award for the police and fire SUVs, the highway plow dump truck, and the Norris School improvements.
Is there a second?
A second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Tishman, I.
Fowles eye.
Roland, aye.
And Groden, aye. We also
And
have
who
to
sec-
approve, pardon
Who
me?
seconded that?
I did. Francie.
Okay. And just one reminder that the documents for this will need to be signed in person in front of Lucy Dalton, the town clerk. Jen Day is expecting to receive the actual documents sometime tomorrow. So once she does have those, either Jen or I will reach out to the select board members, and we'll need at least three of the 4 of you to come in over the next couple days and sign them in front of Lucy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep, we'll take care of that. The next thing I wanted to cover is the employee approval for town short-term disability. We make a practice of not giving the details of that, but everybody did get a copy of that in your packet. Is there anything else you want to say about that, Ed?
The individual, the employee is eligible for this and meets all the criteria. So I would recommend the select board approve this short-term disability.
Okay, and am I correct in it being until the 26th of April?
What's that?
Is the term until the 26th of April?
It is. He should be back to work by then.
Okay. Okay, would someone like to make a motion to approve the short-term disability?
I move to include the employee's short-term disability.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Francine and Chris, any further discussion? All in favor?
Tishman, I.
Fowles eye.
Groden, aye.
Roland, aye. It's worth bringing up here. I'm getting texts about this not being on 191.
Okay.
Is anyone from Easthampton Media on the,
I see them on the screen.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you folks can confirm that. I actually don't get 191 here at my house. So the whole cable thing issues continue, which Rainey can sympathize with, but I don't get it. So I can't confirm it, but I'm getting texts from 2 different people not on 191. So, Easthampton Media, if they are on, are not going to be able to unmute themselves.
I think they, let's see. I think they are unmuted. Hang on.
I just checked and they have another program on. We're not on.
Okay, so they must be recording it to play at a later time then. Let's see.
okay,
Hang
I don't
on.
know if that's, I mean, that doesn't feel like that's, it feels a little out of bounds.
okay, well, if someone is able to get in touch with Jen Ramsey, that would be great.
I'll send her an email or a text.
Okay.
Is the person from Easthampton Media, Ed, are you able to see if they're actually trying to unmute themselves? Because they wouldn't be able to if they wanted to.
I have asked them a couple of times to unmute. So.
Okay. Okay. So it's a person that's recording it. They're not authorized probably to speak.
Okay, let's just move on then. The next two more items I wanted to cover before we got to the budget. The first is the COVID-19 update. So we had a quick meeting this morning with police, fire, EMD, health department, Ed and myself, and where community is in yellow. This is school vacation week, so it's just a strong appeal to everyone in town to please continue to practice all of the recommendations from masking to social distancing and to hand wash. This is, they're talking about another surge after this vacation. So please, as a community, we really have to work very hard together and stay patient and follow the practices. Get vaccinated. It's open now to everybody over the age of 16. The good news is that the departments in town are well supplied with PPE and departments are healthy at this point. So please continue to be vigilant and follow the recommended guidance. Would anybody else like to say anything more about COVID-19?
No.
Well said.
Okay, then the last thing then is Earth Day is 2 days from now. It's on the 22nd. And I was wondering if Chris Fowles had the proclamation handy, if she was willing to read the proclamation up until the last paragraph, where I'll be happy to make the official proclamation at the end. But are you willing to read the beginning part, since you have been very instrumental in
Sure.
in making this happen?
Sure, I will, Rainey. And I've got it up on the screen so people can take a look as I read.
Yep.
So, Earth Day Proclamation. Whereas the first Earth Day was celebrated on April 22nd, 1970, with the goal of inspiring an appreciation of our nation's natural resources through conservation and protection. And whereas the global community now faces extraordinary challenges such as climate change, deforestation, food and water shortages, global health issues, and whereas pollinators play an important role in maintaining a healthy ecosystem, and whereas pollinator species are in decline due to habitat loss and the use of pesticides, causing species like the monarch butterfly to decline significantly, and whereas the town of Southampton, Massachusetts recognizes that biodiverse regions can better support food production, healthy soil and air quality, and can foster healthy connections between humans and wildlife, and where it is understood that sustainability will only be achieved by meeting the needs of the present without compromising the needs for future generations. And whereas Earth Day is an annual reminder for the need for environmental awareness and continued stewardship commitments.
Now, therefore, I, Maureen Groden, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Select Board Chair of the Town of Southampton, Massachusetts, do hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2021 as Earth Day in Southampton, encourage all residents and businesses to do their part to respect and enjoy our pristine rural environment. As a first action, I have signed the Mayor's Monarch Pledge. This national initiative offers opportunities for individuals in communities like Southampton to restore native habitat that will support the monarch butterfly and other local pollinator species. So I'm very happy and proud to sign that. And I'm also very grateful to the people of Southampton who have really been working very hard, from the Open Space Committee to the Friends of Southampton, the new 501c3 organization, to the Conservation Commission, the master plan. A lot of people have been working very hard to keep Southampton as beautiful as it is. So thank you. Mm-hmm. With that, then we're going to turn over to the budget. And I just want to say a couple of words in general about this process. We're not going to be voting on the budget tonight. I'm going to try very hard to follow a process on this where we are going to go sort of category by category. Like I said, most of the department heads have had the opportunity to meet with the Finance Committee, and they've also created a level funded budget with a another category that is sort of a wish list of sorts, and also they've identified the top 3 priorities to the Finance Committee. So based on that, there's a draft budget that's been created. And I'm going to ask, we're going to start with general government. I'm going to ask Ed Gibson to go ahead and just sort of summarize without going line item by line item, just summarize where we landed on the budget here. And then I'm going to ask the Finance Committee to also speak to this category of general government. And then I'm going to ask the Select Board to go ahead and say a few words. I'm not going to ask the department heads that might be involved in any one of these categories to speak. I want to go through with that process until we get to the bottom of each of the categories so that the Finance Committee and the Select Board has an opportunity to see the whole before we have various department heads or others explain certain line items. And then once we get down to the end of the budget, at that point, then we will ask the Select Board or Finance Committee for clarification from any department head or Ed or anybody else. If people are in agreement with that, then we'll start with general government. And Ed, if you could just explain a little bit maybe in general about the budget draft and also specifically about general government.
So Rainey, I don't know if you can see Ed, but I think I was emailing him earlier. I think it's important that given that we're starting this, that we do this in a methodical way with note taking. And usually the best way to do that is in Excel because that's where our budget resides. I asked Ed earlier because he sent us the FY22 budget in an email today, which was PDF'd. So I asked, and then he had sent one yesterday, which was in Excel. I wanted to use the one that was in Excel so that when we have questions, you can obviously just kind of write comments right in that line. He said that there were changes between the Excel one yesterday and the PDF today. So he is not sitting at his computer right now, emailing us the most up-to-date Excel version, which I do think is important. I mean, we got to wait for that. Otherwise, you can't really take notes in PDF.
Okay. No, that makes sense. Thank you.
I think he just sent it.
And then how do you want to do this? Do you want to do share screen? And
yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Matt, do you want to
happy to do it.
manage the Excel? Yeah.
I'm happy to be the facilitator. Yeah.
All right. Why don't you grab that in your, but I'm going to be very, very clear that I want to follow the process I just laid out where Ed goes over a particular category, the Finance Committee chimes in, the Select Board chimes in, we move to the next department.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'm not going to stand in the way of that.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Is Ed back?
Not yet. Don't see him.
Well, I will say in general that that the budget that we're looking at is basically primarily a level funded budget. It also includes 2% COLA increases for non-union personnel. There were also the Select Board at the last meeting had an opportunity to put forth their priorities. And so those priorities were taken into consideration. And then there is a number of areas that are in yellow and blue that are discussion points.
All right. So before I get, Ed's back. So Rini, you're probably gonna have to repeat what you want Ed to do here. But just before point of order here, can everybody see this? Because if you can see it, then everybody can see it.
Yep, it's good.
Yep.
Big enough? Okay. All right. So Rini, probably worth repeating what you want, how you want to do this.
So Ed, what I was hoping is that you would, if you wanted to say anything in general about the budget, I just mentioned that it was primarily a level funded 2% non-union COLAs, and that there were discussion points that are listed in blue and yellow, and that the plan is to not go line by line, but to go category by category, and then highlight some of the areas of discussion points, and then allow the Finance Committee to chime in, and then have the Select Board have a discussion, and then move on to the next category. When we're done with all the parts of the budget, then we will have a more open discussion and ask for any other people on the call to clarify any points or provide us with more explanation, okay?
Sure.
So do you want to say anything in general before we start, or do you just want to jump right into general government?
No, I'll just say that the budget parameters which have been used so far are that the town would take the 2.5% levy increase that we are allowed to take. The new growth figure we are using is $160,000. We are using the updated House Ways and Means for state aid. Local revenue is level funded still, and we still have not been given any direction by the federal government as to how we are able to use American Recovery Act funds in fiscal year 22 budget, except that we are able to use funding for any revenues the town has lost since the 2019 budget. I did build into the tab 1 budget, even though that the direction to the department heads was not to include any COLAs in their requests, but that was a top priority of both myself and the select board. So the figures you see in that budget tab 1, requests for level plus contractual increases, would include a 2% increase for all municipal, non-union, and non-contract employees. And what I did work off was basically making a recommendation that the budget tab 1 be funded, and that, as you said earlier, in the budget tab 2 request, there are some blue highlights, and those are the items I would like to look at and recommend that we think about utilizing some of the operating stabilization to fund some of those items which I have highlighted in blue. And then I will also say that, and this was a difficult task because it is another very tight budget year, that I did look at some of the positions that were, that Art Lawrence had brought out in his presentation from last February that seem to be below where they should be, either as far as starting in positions or for a few positions that had considerable experience. So I worked off that, and the positions that I found that from pulling from that particular presentation that did appear to be, shall we say, low at the beginning of the chart, or where they were placed because of their experience. And I understand that we don't have enough money to bring these positions or any positions up all at once. So I wanted to have the discussion or start the discussion on maybe over a period of time adding a little bit extra into those wages to try to get them in the right direction. And what I thought about doing maybe this particular year, if we are able to do it and have the funding, was perhaps adding another 2% to those positions. And that is, you won't see the numbers in here anyway. It's just a talking point. The positions that I found that I believe from going over that presentation that should be at least started to be addressed, and there are others that would need to, but these seem to be maybe the furthest off their points were the admin assistant to the assessor, the admin assistant and the Council on Aging, the volunteer coordinator and the Council on Aging, the admin assistant or assistant to the town clerk, the assistant to the highway superintendent, the assistant to the town administrator, and the admin assistant to the treasurer collector department. Those were basically all admin assistants. Then as far as other positions that maybe weren't admin assistants, the assistant treasurer collector position, the COA director, the library director, and the principal assessor. So those are the ones that I'd like to think about, perhaps some extra funding. And like I say, I understand we can't bring them all up to one up at once. So, my starting point was to think about maybe an extra 2% increase to those positions. In total, by my calculations, which may be off a little bit by rounding, for an extra 2% for those positions just mentioned, that would total $4,674.48.
All right, thank you, Ed.
You're welcome.
Okay, so if there are
those things included in here?
What?
Which those things included in?
No, those are not included in here.
Okay, okay, fine.
No, I think you said they're discussion points. So that's something we can, once we hear the whole budget at the end, we can then go back to that among probably other things to discuss those positions and also increases. So anyway, let's start with general government. Ed, is there anything, what would you like to highlight about this? So I'm assuming you're looking at tab number 1, correct?
Yes.
As far as,
correct.
Okay, so we're going down, and is there anything you want to highlight about anything from general government?
I would say Selectmen Expenses, last year cutting it down to $8,000 was an extreme cut. Our dues that we pay to Maya, which allows us to get our workers' comp, our liability, our property insurance, and police and fire insurance from them. That alone is $910, and the yearly subscription to the Gazette, which we need for the legal ads, that is like $225. So I did, as a contractual increase for those costs, put in $1,500 here for the Selectmen Expenses, where they were $1,000 last year.
Okay, it might be time to change that to select board, both of the first two, by the way.
Yeah, I just copied over from the previous one, but yes, and we would have to actually change those titles in SoftWrite to get that to happen. But
Okay.
I will see about working on that.
Okay, and then the internet, that's, you want to say anything about the ones that are in blue?
Sure. Currently for the town hall, we have Spectrum's basic plan, which is like $115 a month. My original intention and thought process was to move us up to the tier 2 level to improve our internet experience, both download and upload speeds here in town hall, because at times they are lacking. The ad hoc tech committee actually came back and working. One of the members is Kim Florick from the school department, and Kim was telling us how they were able to upgrade the Norris elementary school to a substantial package which meets their needs, and we're able to. It's not one that's offered basically as a, shall we say, a can plan, but they negotiated with Charter Spectrum, and they upgraded to a plan that gives them plenty of internet speed and bandwidth for $380 a month. And it was the ad hoc text committee, shall we say, recommendation that we do the same here for Town Hall, and that's why I would like the select board to think about possibly funding this at the $4,560 level from, and using some of that operating stabilization to do that.
Okay, so that's an increase of $3,180 for that line. Okay, do you want to speak to the postage line also? That is an increase of $2,039.
And from what I have seen in this year, and there's a couple ways to, look at this, and perhaps, like I say, I don't have the details on the American Rescue Plan, and if it is covered, it's probably only covered for half the fiscal year. But due to COVID, there has been a substantial increase in the utilization of mail-in voter applications that are being sent out, and I know we're able to pay some of that through a grant this year, but if that continues, and we weren't able to cover some of it from those COVID funds, from what I've seen, our postage account would be, shall we say, inadequate at a level funding of $15,461. But, like I say, depending on what's in that American Rescue Act, maybe we could get some of this, some of those funds back, but we do not have any, shall we say, substantial details on how those funds are able to be used in our fiscal year 22 budget.
Ed,
Okay.
Could I ask a question on Ed? On that, do we, as a town, we don't have our own sort of, I'm not sure what the right word is, I'm blanking it, but the, not necessarily a bulk mail rate, but a pre-indicated stamp for the town of Southampton? It's a lesser rate than our normal postage?
No, usually those permits aren't necessarily first class. So it's items that, you are sending out in bulk and what have you. But no, we do not have a mailing permit as such to be used. And like I say, even if we did, for items like sending out bills, voting applications, what have you, we'd be wanting to send those first class mail anyway. And actually, by having the postage meter, we do get a little bit of a discount on our postage.
Okay.
Yeah, I had asked that question of Donna several years ago.
Okay.
And the answer was there's no appreciable difference for all the reasons that Ed explained.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, Ed, you want to speak to the other couple of items there? The treasurer collector expenses, that's an increase of $500. I do think we got an email about that from Jen. And the other one is the increase in the legal budget. Legal expenses? The legal expenses?
I'm just waiting for the spreadsheet to catch up.
There you go.
Let's see.
Right here.
Yes. Yeah. And the treasurer collector expenses, Jen had outlined how those expenses are basically outpacing the cut that was put into effect for the collector treasurer expenses last year, and in my mind, justified the consideration of the select board to bring that back up to what would have been level funded back in fiscal year 20. And to consider using some of the operation stabilization for that small increase. The legal expenses, $21,000 is extremely low. And while I have the $35,000 highlighted here in blue, I think it needs to at least go to a level of $30,000 for fiscal year 22. We do have a number of bylaw revisions that need to be reviewed by legal before they move on to town meeting. The planning board has also been working on their zoning bylaws, and they will have some next year that I'm sure that they'd like to bring forward and put into place, which would mean those would need to be reviewed by legal before they go on a town meeting warrant. So my recommendation is to at least go to $30,000 so we can keep these some of those items moved along and progressing, and you know, the $35,000 just because of the number of bylaw changes and zoning bylaw pieces that planning is looking at would be more realistic, but that's why that's here.
Okay. And then the last couple of ones are the election registration expenses. That's going back to previous fiscal year. Want to comment on the last three, Ed, there that are in blue?
Yes, and you know, election and registration expenses, I know are, to some extent, are driven by the number of elections in any particular year. But again, just because of the increase in the mailings for mail-in applications to be sent out and what's needed to process those for coming back to us, I think it's a more realistic number to take a look at for fiscal year 22 than the $11,500. And again, even if we were able to use some of the American Rescue funds for this, they would probably cover us through half the fiscal year and not through the whole fiscal year and into next year's election cycle, or next calendar year's election cycle, I should say. Okay. And the next two are telephone and the technology equipment. Let's see. Yeah, and you do have also the Open Space Committee, which wasn't in existence before as a permanent committee, did request that they be funded for $500 for some miscellaneous expenses for office supplies, mailing supplies, what have you. So I did include that as a highlight in that tab too. The telephone, the ad hoc tech committee is recommending that we take a look, or I shouldn't say take a look, but implement voice over IP, and we can do that actually through a lease that will increase our telephone account a little bit at first, and then as we do actually implement the system, as we are able to actually reduce some, we won't be able to reduce all of the Verizon lines because we'll still need some hard copper lines in case of emergency. Then that will start actually being a reduction in those costs in the future. So it'll go up a little bit at first, and then it won't entirely go away, but we may see it, be $7,000 or $6,000 in future fiscal years once that's implemented. Okay, you want to finish up with the last one there? Sure, the technology equipment and the technology services flow off of some of the recommendations from the ad hoc tech committee. They have basically endorsed the fact that we do switch over to Microsoft 365, which is a subscription product. The cost of that per, shall we say, per seat is about $20 a month, and they are looking to upgrade some of our equipment accordingly. We would generally buy the new telephones for the voice over IP system. The rest would be leased. They are taking a look and recommending some equipment and service changes to things like the Wi-Fi system here in Town Hall and some backup system. And this would also include the cost of a vendor to finally come in and switch over the remaining accounts that are on Microsoft Office to Microsoft 365, and also move all of our accounts over to the Microsoft 365 email.
Okay, did you want to make a comment or two about the ones that are in yellow?
The ones that are in yellow, I just kind of put there along the way for my own information to bring me back. I probably could have erased the two on the technology equipment and services. The other ones that I remember, which are further up, I think that were still in yellow, were the
Town accountant
salary, and it seemed like we were heading in a pace that it would be less in fiscal year 22 than it was in fiscal year 21. I didn't know exactly how much, so I did make a small reduction there. Select board may want to make a further reduction to that. And the other piece is that I highlighted is that, the assistant accountant wages, it's an open position. Currently, I did include a 2% increase in there. This is one of those positions that, while it was not listed in my earlier list, this is one that appears to me to be low in wages. So that's why I actually put a 2% increase in there, even though it was low as a COLA, rather than looking at reducing it to having some new start in there.
Okay, thanks a lot, Ed. I'm just wondering, Chris, did you want to say something?
I just want to make a note. We are on 191 now.
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much.
And
okay,
then, then the senior work-off program wages, I added it in there and put a yellow highlight. We were required by IRS last year to switch over from basically having those checks signed over, well, actually previously it basically they worked off the grant and it just came off their taxes. The IRS has told us that we actually have to pay those on a payroll now, and then actually take payroll deductions out of them as necessary. So I don't think we need to budget it, but it was just a highlight for me to remind us all that there was a change in how that program is administered and processed in the future.
Okay, thank you. Ken, I'm wondering if you or anyone in the Finance Committee is interested in commenting on any of these line items, or areas of increase or in general this category?
I guess I would first open it up to the other two members of the committee that are here to see whether or not they have any comments or questions. I know from my standpoint, there's a lot here to digest, and I'm not really sure that
There's time.
you know, a lot of this discussion can take place tonight. But
Yeah.
Mary or Rachel, you have any questions or thoughts?
I do have a question.
Okay.
It's in regards to the assessor administrative assistant position. When we met with the assessor's office, they had indicated that position was a 12-hour position, 12-hour-a-week position. And looking at the new annual total, that would, it appears as though it's actually a 4% increase, because originally we were told it's 12 hours a week at $15 an hour. So I would just ask if we could just look at that figure to see if it's actually a 2% increase or if actually it's a 4%.
If I can chime in maybe with a little clarity for, I'm the liaison to the Board of Assessors, Mary. I believe what that reflects is finally making that a full year, a 12-month position. Previously, it was not a 12-month position from the previous year, that's 7,300. The person wasn't hired on for a full year. So I believe the 9775 reflects a 12-month budget.
Right, it is a 12-month budget, but it's actually showing that it's now going to be $15.60 an hour, which is basically a 4% increase from the current one that we have right now.
I can go back and take a look at that.
Okay, thank you. And any other questions from the Finance Committee or any comments?
No, I do not.
Okay, I would
All
have
right,
a question. The reference was that the assistant accountant is an open position. What's the status of the accountant's position? Is this an estimate as to what that salary is going to be?
That's just an estimate. Yes, Ken.
Okay, so but it's still an open position technically.
Yes.
Okay.
yes, there's a vendor, there's a person in the position that's temporary.
I understand. Yep.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
just to remind everybody, we're not making, we're not deciding on the budget tonight. So this is an opportunity for us to go back and forth and to question, amounts and to look at priorities and that sort of thing. So nothing's going to be decided tonight. This is really a opportunity to go back and forth.
Amen.
One other question?
Yep.
It's in regards to the town clerk assistant wages.
Can I just have you ask you to just say your name so everybody knows?
Sure, I'm sorry, it's Mary Syriac. I'm a part of the Finance Committee.
Yeah, thanks, Mary.
It's in regards to the town clerk assistant wages position. I just want to clarify the amount that's shown for the annual. Is that going back to the 18 hours a week it was previously in 20, or is it going to remain at 13 and a half hours a week?
I believe this was at 13 and a half hours a week, but I will confirm that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from finance on the general government?
This is the right one. No, independent audit is up $5,000.
That $5,000 is out there only because of the fact that if we end up with, I think it's more than $700,000 of federal grants in a year, then we will have to do another level of audit for that. And while this year we were still considerably under that, depending what the details are in the American Recovery Act and where we use those, we very well may be required to do that extra piece of the audit next year.
Could I just ask, could that additional expense be paid for with those federal monies?
Without having any level of detail from them, I actually cannot say. I would hope so, but.
So would I.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from the select board on general government?
I guess I have two. The reserve fund is one that I would like to see us try to figure out how to put some money in there. I know we went through it last year without any money, but I really think we should always have something in a reserve fund if we can. And I do think that, you know, as Ed talked about some of these positions, I would agree that the assessor's position needs to be looked at in terms of salaries.
And
okay.
yeah, and that was one of the reasons I had highlighted that in yellow. And I would actually look at, you know, I would look to the finance committee if they wanted to make a recommendation in that area, or ask the select board to think about funding it in a, shall we say, a general range or what have you, because personally, I don't like the, not having any funds in there either.
Was it $5,000 before, Ed?
I think the year before.
I'd have to go back and take a look. I mean, that's my memory. I've been told that, you know, that fund was up in at one point in time before we started getting in, the town started getting into budget pinches, that it was actually up as high as $30,000 to $40,000. But I'd have to go back and take a look and actually confirm what maybe the levels were over the last 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't see, but Matt, are you making a note on that to increase money on the reserve fund? Or at least the recommendation there? Anybody else from the select board want to comment on general government or ask any questions?
No.
I have just a general question, just procedural here. I mean, as we kind of come down the line here with our balanced budget and our override budget, it seems like there's an added layer in here of using operational stabilization, and I just want to understand procedurally how that takes place. Like, is the select board just authorized to do that? Does that have to go to town meeting? Does that have to go to the ballot box? Are we any appropriation will have to go to town meeting? Mm-hmm. And the use of operational stabilization or capital stabilization, any stabilization accounts would require a 2/3 majority vote at the town meeting to do that. Well, some of the capital
it does not require a ballot.
Okay, but it's 2/3. It's 2/3 for operating stabilization, because many of the capital items only require simple majority. Actually, if you're funding the capital items out of capital stabilization, that takes a 2/3 vote. Okay.
Matt, could I just ask you to put a couple notes in on the other items? I'm taking notes, but
sure.
If we all had access, the one on the assessor increase in terms of the wage for the assistant, and then the assistant town clerk, it would appear to be perhaps an increase in hours that Mary raised. So we're just tracking the questions.
Come on, here we go.
Good, thanks.
So,
Are there any other questions by the select board on general government?
So, yeah, I mean, just to finish my question. So thanks, Ed, for that. I mean, we're looking at using operational stabilization for tab 2 as we get through this, right? Not operational stabilization for tab 1. I mean, we can't go, we have to have a balanced budget without operating stabilization, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just questioning. And then are we all still thinking of using some operating stabilization and also looking at an override question as well, or?
I think we're going, I mean, from my standpoint, I'm looking at the column that we're going through, and I'm listening to Ed's recommendation, and I haven't, I mean, I need to see the whole picture before I make a decision about override or operational stabilization. I'm just trying to take it all into what's recommended, what questions people have.
Okay.
You know, I'm learning about hours and calendar year versus, you know, partially. I think I need to hear the whole thing and then say, well, there's no way we can do this without this or that. So from my standpoint, I'm just taking it all in. And just to be clear that what's being recommended in blue from the farthest right column is a recommendation for those particular items to be funded above and beyond the other things in the column. So Ed's recommendation is that blue is from operational stabilization of the higher amount, but there's, you know, there are other increases that are being suggested that are part of the operating budget. For example, town hall building expenses from, you know, 23 to 25. So there are other increases that are built into this budget that are part of the operational budget and not suggested that it be part of a operational stabilization fund.
No, sure. And I don't know if this question is worth asking now or later, and I'm happy to postpone it, but the question, we will eventually need to discuss the fact that operating stabilization is an unsustainable way of balancing budgets.
Right.
And that if we're doing this with people and their lives and not, say, expense accounts and things that don't involve personnel, I'd like to understand how we feel like we're going to dig our way out of this in following years, because feels good to do it 1 year, but then you can't sustain that. So there's part of me that's like, as much as I am in full agreement with the things that we're talking about here, Rini, especially with regard to people, but for me, I would like to understand, and Ed, this maybe it's mostly posed at you, or maybe the finance committee or whoever's discussed this in their meetings, the thought on operating stabilization. And
I was going to say, would you like my opinion on that, Matt?
I'd like anybody's opinion that has one on it, really, because I just know that you can't. We don't have a lot in that account, and it'll last for a little while, but not forever.
Right. And my opinion on this is a, shall we say, a short-term fix to get us through 1 year or 2 years at the most. And my opinion on this is that this is not a good year to do or ask for a Proposition 2.5 override from coming through COVID and still going through COVID. But my thought process is that hopefully by the fall, we are pretty much hopefully back to much more of a new normal than we've ever been, and closer to where we were a little over a year ago. So, my thought process is use some of the operational stabilization this year, and I recognize that if we're going to go here, there may be some other things the select board or the finance committee would like to think about funding out of that. So, my idea is probably, I would cap that at maybe thinking about using at the most $200,000 to $250,000 of the operational stabilization. I would follow that up with the fact that if it does look like we're coming into a new normal, that we actually start the budget process early next year and actually take a look at the services that we do offer, what they truly do cost, because there are a number of departments that we just keep saying that even though they have contractual increases or whatever, that, okay, it's got to be level funded. It's got to be level funded. And we take a look at that and we put a package together and say, okay, here's the services that we offer that we think the townspeople want and want to see in the future. What does that truly cost? And a reasonable factor. And I'm not saying by any means that, that should be grandiose, but what does it take to meet those needs at a reasonable cost? And we actually go to the townspeople and say, basically with a thought process of it being a one-time deal, is here's the services we offer. Here's what it truly costs. Here's how much money we have in revenues. Therefore, we're asking for a Proposition 2.5 override of X amount of dollars.
Okay, I'm going to stop both of you right now. Okay, we're going to keep going. This is a discussion that needs to be at the end of this budget, because we don't even know what is above and beyond the what's being requested above and beyond the operating. We don't have any balances in operational and capital stabilization. So I'm going to just ask that this discussion.
We do, because we've seen this. So
Matt, we're going to keep going. Okay. This discussion is going to, we're going to keep going. I don't think
I'm going to go on record to say I respectfully disagree with you.
I'm going to respectfully ask that you stop, and we're going to keep going. Does the select board have any other questions about general government?
So I'm going to go with you on this, but I respectfully disagree with you at this conversation.
Okay, we're going to have a discussion. We haven't heard about the school yet, which is going to be a big thing. We haven't heard about any of the other requests. So how can we possibly have a discussion about whether or not we're going to use operational stabilization, whether we're going to ask for an override? Can we get through the budget and find out how far off the priorities are from the select board, from the requests from the departments and the select board and finance committee's request, and then have this discussion? I think we're going to go down a rabbit hole right now if we don't have the big picture, because there's a big chunk of this picture that's missing right now. And I'm interested in the people on this call to hear about it.
So I asked about it, Rainey, because we have been talking ad nauseum about operating stabilization since this conversation started. So I thought that the topic was prudent.
Right. So Ed's making a recommendation that the things in blue be taken out of operational stabilization, and there's many more blue categories. So can we wait until we get through the end and find out how much is recommended and not funded in the operating budget, and then we're going to make decisions about it then. So do you have any specific questions, Matt, about anything that is an increase from previous or any of the priorities under general government?
No, not at this time. It's not nitpicking. I mean, there are a bunch of
then I'll ask Francine
in this
Chris.
tab one that are not contractual.
We're going to keep moving on, Matt. Chris or Francine, do you have any questions about any of the items that have been increased or recommended in general government?
No.
No, I don't have any others.
No.
Okay, then let's move on.
Like you, we have to see how deep the hole is.
Right.
Before we start throwing dirt in.
We've all seen this, though. So we know.
Okay, let's go on to public safety. Ed, would you like to make a comment about the 3 line items that you're recommending increase in the police department?
Sure. Police department expenses and police equipment maintenance. The costs have gone up and a good deal because of the support costs that go with some of the equipment that we have. And it's one of the areas that and I'm sure that Chief Illingsworth could speak to that to a further extent. But for true costs, I believe that those particular costs in the both expenses and equipment maintenance are justified to look at to increase the funding for, to keep them operational to the extent that they need to be.
Okay, and the same with fire truck maintenance. I know that they bottomed out the budget. It was very low for the rigs that they have. Is that the similar thing?
Yes, they've never had any funding for fire truck maintenance. It's all been paid out of fire department expenses. It's one of those items that, for true cost realization, at least to consider funding, whether it's $10,281 or $9,000, that we should look at taking a look and thinking about funding that particular, line item. That being said, I will also say that, yes, bringing the EMT wages back to where they were funded in fiscal year 20 in itself is about, a $25,000 increase there. So, the fire department EMT is already taking a look at a, shall we say, decent increase, even in the tab one.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the Finance Committee about public safety?
I guess I need to ask the question how they fared under this 206,000 scenario in fiscal year 21 in the current budget. I mean, obviously they're asking for more money to go to be reinstated.
Okay, perhaps we can get an answer to that from Chief John on that.
No, I'm sure he addressed it. I'm just thinking that for everybody's edification, just understanding that. That's the reason I'm asking the question.
Ken, do you or Mary, anybody from the Finance Committee have any recommendations or questions about public safety?
I do. Mary Syriac from the Finance. On the EMT wages, we actually took a 5-year look at the expenses starting from 17 through 21. And what we found is basically for fiscal year 20, we spent $8,078 per pay period. And for fiscal year 21, we've spent $8,096 per pay period. So it appears as though 210, 212 would be the target for the EMT wages versus putting it back to 231. I think you'll still end up with some excess funds on that line. And I share with the Finance Committee some trend analysis that showed the EMT wages, the fire department wages, their fire department expenses, et cetera, through the 5-year period, so we could get a feel for what do they actually spend per year. But for the EMT wages, personally, I think 212,000 would be enough, because right now, with expenses through the end of March, we're averaging $8,096 per pay period.
I guess the only question I might have relative to that is that 100% staffing of paramedic level, which we're obligated to do. So I don't have the answer to that, but if a note could be made about Mary's comment about the 8,096 average monthly, so it brings it to more like 212, 210 to 212.
212. And also, please remember that, and I don't know when the second shift was started, but I can tell you that the third shift wasn't started in the fire department until probably 2/3 to 3/4 of the way through fiscal year 19. Or,
That is true.
no, 18.
18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good point. If you could just make a note of that, Matt, that'd be great.
Good.
Any other comments from the Finance Committee about public safety?
Not from me.
I have one other one.
Okay,
It's in regards to the Police Reform Act. Chief Illingsworth had pointed out to us that the part-time officers will require training. So their salary figures do not include any required training for our part-time officers.
yep, that's a huge point. That's been one that we're very aware of, unfortunately. Is there an estimated amount of what that liability would be?
Chief Illingsworth had indicated it was $2,500 to $3,000 per individual, and we have 8 part-time officers.
Okay,
Which line is that? Wages?
it's police wages.
I think the chief is on, if he could maybe speak to that.
I think he is.
Because at one point there was going to be some sort of a hearing talking about that, and I think it got postponed. I was curious about that myself, about the concerns he was having about the extra training requirements and so forth for the part-time officers. So it'd be good to know a little bit more about that.
Sure.
So that, go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you, Chief.
Ian Illingsworth, Police Chief. We have 8 additional officers. So they're going to, the plan is to have what they consider a bridge academy to make them a certified police officer in accordance with the new Reform Act. And that is 200 extra hours. 80 of those hours will be online, which they can actually do during their shift. We can cover that on their shift. But 120 hours will be in person, that they have to be in attendance. The average the part-time police officer makes $20 an hour here. So you're looking at, I would say, well,
20 times 120 is $2,400. So call it 25
yes, per officer.
per officer, and there's 8. Right?
Yes.
So that's 20 grand. Right?
Yeah, but then, Chief, with them being gone to training, I'm assuming training isn't like around the corner. Don't you have to backfill those positions?
No, the part-time officers, for the most part, cover vacation, a couple open shifts that we don't have enough full-time officers to fill. So no, we wouldn't have to necessarily backfill them.
Okay.
They could do it in rotation so that that's not affecting the schedule.
And how it works, actually, Chris, is they don't all go together. They're doing it, and it has to be done within actually, let me clarify this even a little bit more. For the first year, it's not going to be $20,000 because it's in a 3-year period, and it's based on where their name falls in the alphabet. So from A to H, they have to complete it within the first year. And then for the next third, they have to complete it in the second year. And for the last third, they have to complete it in the last year, the third year. So I would estimate it's probably going to be about $6,000 a year versus the $20,000.
Okay.
So $6,000 per officer per year?
No, 6,000 total.
6,000
Oh, total. That's, okay. That's
yes,
a big
not
difference.
20.
Okay.
That's in the 3-year span.
Okay. Okay. So Mary, does that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the Select Board or Finance Committee about public safety?
Well, as long as the chief is on, just talk a little bit more about some of the other expenses that are highlighted in blue there. What would be the $10,000 increase, for example, on expenses?
So for the equipment maintenance, and this is based on an estimate on last year, our computer-aided dispatch and records management system has a contract. Last year, it was increased by 5%. I'm anticipating it'll be increased by 5% this year, but that's only about a $650 increase. I never had this is the first year that I was able to have the generator maintenance contract, and I didn't do it for the previous budget. I did it with what I had for leftover funds last year. And that's about $1,500 a year. So that's added to this. I obtained a fingerprint live scan system through a grant, as well as tasers through a grant. Both of those systems require maintenance. The fingerprint scanner is $3,300 a year, and the taser subscription plan is $2,400 a year. So that would add that increase there. As far as the police expenses, now that's the maintenance. As far as the police expenses, I have 10 officers that are going to require vest replacements. I have acquired a 50% reimbursement grant from the federal government. However, the vests, the ballistic vests, cost about $1,000 a piece. That's what their estimate is, $1,000 a piece. In fact, that's what the quote is. So I'll need $5,000 for those replacements. It's recommended between every 3 to 5 years that they get replaced. We're now going on our 5th year. And with the inception of the tasers, every year the officers have to get certified on the tasers. They have to do qualifications. And the taser cartridges are rather expensive, and that's the $3,000 additional expense for tasers. So for police expenses, the $8,000 is from vests and the taser qualifications.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions about public safety?
I just have one more. I think you added in the fire truck maintenance as possibly a new line, and put some money tentatively toward that. There is an ambulance maintenance line, and why would that not have any money in it? If you scroll down, Matt.
No.
Neither one of those accounts has been funded in the past, Chris. And it's, like I say, it's my recommendation, at least for this year, to look at biting off a little bit of that and looking to fund the fire truck maintenance.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily disagree. I'm just curious why the ambulance wouldn't. Where does that come out of now?
It would come out of ambulance EMS expenses.
Okay.
It's also very new, one of them, right?
Right.
One of them's probably 3 years old, the newest one.
Yeah, which is the one we use primarily, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else on public safety?
Not for me, no.
Okay. The next category is the schools, which is obviously the largest part of the budget. We had received a budget for Hampshire Regional some time ago. The elementary school, there was a delay in the final numbers, and I don't believe there's been a final vote by the elementary school committee on the budget. And I don't believe there's an opportunity as of yet for the school committee to meet, or the school representative to meet with the finance committee. So that's a big question mark, but I'm just wondering if right now the budget as it looks in front of us is a placeholder at 2.25% increase. But I'm wondering at this point if John Lumber, chair of the Norris School Committee, would like to speak to where the budget process is currently at Norris.
He's on, Ed, but you'd have to unmute him.
Yeah, I couldn't find him on the right-hand screen, so I had to go to participant. So I just asked him to unmute. And I'll just let you know that while, their budget is basically all-encompassing in ours, it actually breaks down the elementary school, the vocational tuition, and local school transportation and vocational transportation. And I'll just let you know that we budget those in kind of 3 or 4 separate places. The local school transportation, I had increased from on a guesstimate along the way, and actually that's pretty much going to stay level funding. So there's some funding that I had budgeted in there that can actually be reduced. And vocational tuition, and it's still preliminary, but if everyone went that applied, that cost would be about $220,000 in additional tuition. I kind of used some of the formula that we've used in the past to pare that down, and I actually came up with had guesstimated an increase along the way of about a little over, I think it's like $105,000 or whatever. So in total, it actually came out to about a 4.17% increase with those 3 rolled together.
Okay, so it's obviously an increase in the number of students, but that you use a similar formula, assuming that everyone that's expressed an interest or applied will not generally go. So you use past practice or past budgeting experience to come up with a number that is safe, but not necessarily everybody that says they want to go now, right?
Right.
Okay. And are you saying that we can add back in, or we have available to us an additional $60,000 under local school transportation?
I had increased that about $60,000 where in at least the preliminary budget, that's pretty much level funded. So.
But, they had much less busing this year. Is this a safe place to be for the next fiscal year based on our contract with the busing company?
Probably let John or Bobby, Bobby's not on, but John talk about that. I mean, my concern with local transportation would be that if the distancing's still required and everybody's still required to go to school, that we're going to need more buses.
Okay. All right. So, John, if you're free and available to give us some information on the local school budget.
Sure. I'm in the spotty spot, so if I turn my video on, it's going to freeze up on me. Is that okay? Did I leave it off or?
Fine.
Is everybody's okay with that? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so just a quick background, just the way the 5 districts go. By February 14th, the regional district budget needs to be done. The next budget that has to be done after the 2 regionals is Westhampton because of when their town meeting is. And out of the 5 districts, Southampton's town meeting's at the end, so we're the last budget to be done. We were operating under assumption that we had to be in by May 1st. Hence, our final meeting is on April 28th to approve the budget on our end. Both the business administrator and the building principal are on vacation this week and not available. So I don't have much of an update other than we're working on that preliminary budget that I forwarded over to you folks. You can see some of the highlights, issues, concerns that we have is out of district placement seems to have skyrocketed. I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me, but I think it was $290,000, which represents 4% on its own of an increase.
Wow.
And that's just one. And then we had an offset for what appears to be, and we're waiting for clarification, is additional resources being allocated to the special education department at Norris. So the two, in my mind, seem to contradict each other. If we're increasing out of district placement, why are we increasing in-house? And we're looking for answers for that. That was some of the tasks that we gave them to come back to us on Wednesday night. I realize this is putting us up against the wall here, time-wise. We also, I do know that we did have a placeholder in there for additional professional development days to the tune of about $47,000. The union has denied that request, so we're gonna pull that out of the budget and reduce that amount. And I believe I did share with you folks the full wish request list from Eliza. So those things are in there. They haven't all been agreed upon or entered. We're looking for the offsets. But I expect a very long and robust conversation next Wednesday night.
Well, thanks, John. I think the problem on our end is our deadline, I believe, is coming very quickly. And so we have a select board meeting planned for next Tuesday night with the original hope of finalizing the budget. So I guess we're going to have to re-look at the budget from Norris and also relook at our timetable. Ed, what is the last possible date that we as a select board could approve the budget and the articles for the warrant? Isn't it like May? Is it May 1st?
May 4th.
May 4th.
Right.
Yeah, and I without talking to the other, this is really a task that we put on administration, and without able to reach them this week. I apologize if it seems like the ball was dropped, and more than likely it was dropped on our side. I'm more than happy to call a meeting for Monday night. I just understand that will be Mrs. Jones and Mrs. Pluta's first day back to work. And we could certainly still do that and hope to accomplish everything Monday night. I just don't know how prepared they're going to be for that.
And would there be an opportunity for the administration and maybe representation from the board to meet with the finance committee?
Prior to Monday night?
Well, as soon as you get your budget settled and before it comes to us, if we push our date back. I'm not saying that we will, I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, I would say, you'll get no objection from me. I'll be there, and anybody else from the north side that I could drag along with me.
I think it's important that they have a look and have input.
I agree.
So
I'm also, because of timing, I'm also not opposed. I don't know how comfortable the finance committee would be about this, but I don't have an objection as chair of school committee to, if we meet Monday night, post it as a joint session so that they could hear it as we're hearing it and pose questions at the same manner that we are. I realize they may want time afterwards to reconvene, but I don't have any problem doing it simultaneously if they don't object and are available.
John, is there any chance that the two principals who are not currently involved, if you will, and they're coming back on Monday, is there any way that we can get in touch with them to let them know about our concern about getting together sooner than anticipated?
Yeah, so, and the short answer is yes, I can get a hold of them, and I know the superintendent can get a hold of them. It's just to clarify, it's the building principal and the business administrator at a central office.
Thanks.
Yep. And I could communicate that back via email once I got that confirmed tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be really helpful because, even if we end up meeting on the 27th, if we're talking about all these variables, be it override, be it, some of the accounts, it's going to be very difficult to turn that over Monday, Tuesday. We may have to push our meeting out to the deadline. So the sooner you all meet, since that's the big one, the better. And is the finance committee able to have a quorum for that meeting, you think?
It probably depends on the day.
Yeah, if it's going to be Monday, Mary or Rachel, is that doable for you?
I'm available.
Rachel? No. I don't know where Rachel is.
It's also just worth, since we're asking the question, it's also worth asking about the 28th. I get that's after our meeting, but if we pushed our meeting back with the 28th, which is already an already scheduled meeting, would that work for you folks as well?
Right.
Rachel has her hand up here.
Oh, she can't unmute probably.
Hang on a second.
Thank you. I would be available.
Okay, on either one, the 28th or that Monday?
26th.
Yes.
So I feel like we really need the school and the employees of the school to this is really late. I mean, I think we need to get in touch with them and we need to tell them that we're going to meet. I mean, the finance committee usually meets on Monday night. The problem is, like right now, we have a meeting on the 28th. So when are we planning on meeting? Like if they're meeting this finance committee and the school on Monday, are we keeping our meeting on Tuesday? I mean, I have things all over the calendar, so I just don't know what the.
I think we should provisionally schedule a meeting, another one, and keep the meeting we have, and then schedule another one that we can cancel. Right.
Right.
It's after.
Okay, so we already,
it's after the
28th. Yeah, so we have one on the 20. I can't make the 20. I mean, I won't be able to make the 28th, but okay. So we're talking about having like back-to-back meetings, like.
Well, no, I think we're talking about a meeting either on the 29th, 30th, or the 3rd.
Right. Okay, good. All right, we'll come back to that then. But if the plan will be the school committee, local will meet on the 26th, hopefully, and with the finance committee, and then we'll meet as planned on the 27th, or we'll push that out and meet later when we have all the information we need. Okay.
Yeah, John, I guess I would just say, the only thing I would say about this procedurally, John, if you could just, sorry for the hurry up here, but if you could get us an answer on whether or not it's even possible for you to finalize your budget on the 26th, because for me, just speaking as a select board member, if the answer is no to that, like either they can't or they won't or whatever it is because they're on vacation, for me, just raising my hand here, I would want to cancel our 27th meeting with enough notice, because I think that meeting would be pointless. Does anybody else agree? I mean, if we don't have that portion of the budget, we can't really finalize. Right. So I'm not sure why we would need that meeting.
Right.
Yeah. No, I would agree with you, Matt.
So the sooner we can get, no pressure, but, I mean, the stipulation would be that they're able to do this on the 26th and then also finalize it. I mean, probably a tall ask, but if it is possible, then please do it. If not, then let us know so we have enough time to push our.
Right, and I would just.
Or we just don't do anything on the 26th.
Right, but I would just preface it by saying it's my understanding that administration has been working towards a goal of the school committee doing a final vote of the budget on the 28th to submit to the town. So really, I'm asking them to move that up 48 hours.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it should have been moved up like a week or two beforehand. I mean, our budget bylaw says that on or about April 15th, the Selectmen, the Finance Committee meet to discuss the respective positions, make revisions, and share their perspective so that the public has an opportunity to have plenty of time to review the budget. So I would strongly request that we find out, can they come together and produce a budget that can be voted on the 26th, because we're only shortening our time to be able to make this available to the public.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Right. Yep. And if they can't do it on the 26th, then please let us know.
Right. Because we want time to cancel the 27th. If it's not going to be necessary and we need to push it out, we'll need to have some time to review the votes that they made. And then we'll definitely go with like 29, 33, whatever.
Right.
So you'll get back to, John, you'll get back to Ed Gibson or Matt?
I'll copy the entire group, but
okay,
I will do that tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
No problem.
John, can I ask one other question?
Sure.
The timing of the meetings is one thing. My concern at this point is your memo or your email.
Yep.
That says that, you're at your high water mark, but things are going to smooth out to a level that may be like 13 or 14%. I mean, is that where you think it's all going to?
I think if yeah, because I think just the contractual adjustments with the additional staff that are being brought on gets us right to 11. And if we're not able to figure out why both out of out-of-district placement and in-house special education, both line items are increasing by almost $200,000.
Yeah.
If those are correct, I don't see any way getting below that 13 or 14 number.
All right, so this exercise that we're going through right now should reflect that 13 or 14% from your standpoint, which it doesn't, as I'm looking at it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And again, I take response. It was, I sent that email last night out of the.
I understand.
Yeah. So.
And I just did a quick calculation that looks like $625,000. Am I right?
Right. And this, and Matt, I think this is where, the issue comes about talking about stabilization, because we get more serious problems here.
That's what I was trying to say. We have much more serious problems than talking about, a small amount of money coming operation stabilization.
Yep.
This is the elephant in the room here.
So, John, can I follow-up question here? Can I just add? So, it might be worth just explaining to the board here the two increases, the reasons behind the two increases. So, there's contractual increase, right? If you want to speak to that part, and then what gets us to the 11, which is the kind of the automatic, right, that you're looking at as far as like not being able to avoid. Can you just explain those two big pieces?
Well, there's primarily two. There are two union contracts at Norris, and then outside of that, there are two non-union individuals. Those. Both the non-union positions, I believe, one was a 1.5 increase and one was a 1.7. One of the union contracts, which we are just going into year one, is a 2% across the board, and then the other contract, which we are now in year two, is a 2% as well. The thing is that because of where we were last year at the school year, we opted not to fill positions. And those funds were reallocated within the budget to keep the school open for as long as we could, or at least that was our intent. We also had to spend more money than we had, which depleted our entire reserves that we have, which means that where we would normally reallocate what's commonly called school choice money to support or prop up our preschool program, as well as lunch services, we don't have that option anymore. So we have to budget 100% of those expenses into the budget because we don't have any reserves left. We spent them all.
Sure. And just to clarify that, we've gotten on a process in the last few years where the money into that equaled the money out of that we weren't consistently drawing that down. It was an equal balance as opposed to years previous, which were a while ago now, where we were consistently depleting it. We were on a process where it was money in, money out, but what you're saying right now is due to the COVID circumstances, we had to use that fund to deal with other major issues this year.
Correct.
Yeah. So now that fund's zero, so there's no money in it.
Right. So we don't have that as a resource to keep our budget to be somewhere between 2% and 3%.
Got it. Okay. And then the second part, or is that the part? Or the second part's out of district placement, right?
Right. Which, I mean, some of that, all of out of district, all special ed related costs it is what it is, and it's based on the enrollment. There's very little we can do to control it, and we just have to figure out how to pay for it when it comes in. And again, based on the preliminary numbers, which we got on April 8th, and we asked administration to clarify, it just doesn't seem logical that both those line items would increase by $190,000 a piece.
So let's have this follow-up conversation. I mean, the school committee hasn't approved the budget yet, so I don't want to put John in the position of answering too many questions about the different line items until the administration clarifies the special ed costs, because that seems like a huge chunk of an increase. So, John, I really appreciate you sending that to us yesterday and coming on today to try to give us a little heads up on what's happening, and also to try to get a meeting scheduled earlier than planned. So are there general questions about either the vocational school or Hampshire Regional that the Finance Committee or the Select Board has about the education budget?
I do.
Okay.
I have several questions. The first one is, and perhaps John can answer this, maybe not, but it looks, I mean, I know the answers to some of this. The previous year's transportation costs are based on normal years outside of COVID. I mean, I'm curious as to, are we still budgeting as if we're not in COVID, and are we able to get everybody on a bus now and do we have no need for increased busing? Like, has that been figured out? And are we just dealing with that with the 2 mile radius approach? Or is that cost going to not be anywhere near where it's been before?
So that's a two-part answer. Part one is, it is still my understanding that even if we wanted to increase the number of buses available, they don't exist. So we're not going to add any additional buses.
That's good.
And which is why we went to the 2 mile radius. That restriction has been dropped by both DESI and the State Department of Health. So one of our items is we're going to consider rolling back the radius down probably to 1.75 miles to 1.5 miles, phase it back down to where we used to be, which was you could live across the street from the school and still get picked up. But that's all with the same number of buses at the same time. However, this is a contractual negotiation year for busing. We're at the end of I believe our 3-year cycle. So I'm sure Mrs. Jones has put a placeholder in there for anticipation of negotiations.
Okay. All right. So that was question number one. Vocational tuition. Anybody, Ed, somebody can answer this. Is the numbers that I've seen over the last 3 years sitting in this chair, they go up every single year. Is it a twofold reason for them going up? Is it a combination of tuition increase and increased enrollment, or is it just increased enrollment? What numbers are moving here to cause these numbers to keep going up?
A little bit of both. Last year actually saw a fairly decent jump in the tuition, or this year I should say, saw a decent jump in the tuition as well. But in general, the consistency has been more students going to vocational high school.
Okay.
Are we still paying? Are we still paying for the folks that are going over to Westfield as opposed to Smith?
Yes. If we still have students at Westfield, we'd be paying for those also.
And those are students that are supposed to be accessing a program that is not available at Smith, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be good to kind of check in about that, Ed, if you don't mind.
Yep. You're correct.
Well, just to confirm that they're still there.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it'd be good to understand how many students have actually taken advantage of that, what we've really spent this year on the vocational tuition. And
if they've gotten to the age where they're driving, they might not be needing busing. So if we could just clarify that that's really where it should be, that would be helpful.
Well, the busing number stayed the same, and I presume that it is that we're just packing the bus, that the bus has open seats and we don't need additional.
Right, but I was thinking more if we're paying additional for kids to go to Westfield vote, then we might, there's only 1 or 2 of them, it might be that we don't need to pay for that anymore. And can we confirm that they're in a program of airplane maintenance or whatever that's not available at Smith?
Okay. Last question on this. Who decides that it's okay to increase tuition? Like, do we just have to eat that, whatever they decide? Is it a negotiation?
No, the tuition is actually set by the state every year.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And that's, those are my questions.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions about the school?
Oh, no. Lastly, I have one more. And I've gotten this answer before. I forget what it is, but I need to ask it. I mean, we have kids going to charter school. Why is this blank? Where does that come out of?
That actually flows from the cherry sheets.
No, I presume that there is at least one child in Southampton going to a charter school. So I'm just wondering where the money is.
That all flows from our cherry sheet assessments rather than from our operating budget.
Okay, but don't we have to pay for that?
We do, but it isn't budgeted here. It all flows through those cherry sheet assessments.
Okay.
Different process.
Okay. All right.
Okay, let's move on then to Public Works. Ed, you want to comment on road maintenance, machinery maintenance, and other expenses that you have highlighted in blue?
Sure. One of the areas that is consistently, shall we say, underfunded is road machinery expenses, and it gets more expensive because our fleet keeps getting older and older, and it gets basically overspent, and that means that we end up transferring money generally from general highway expenses to fund the road machinery expenses, and we cover those costs. However, that also means that what we are providing for funding for general highway expenses like road repairs and whatever is actually reduced from what even the budget says. So it's not ending up where it's intended to go. So I believe a priority, at least and you can see that there are a number of requests to be increased here if you look at the budget tab too, but I think at least my number one priority is to try to address that road machinery expenses account and bring that up. And even if it didn't come up to basically that $95,000 level, it should be brought up to somewhere around $90,000.
Okay. And then the tree warden, I know, was funded $8,000, and we went back to town meeting and increased that. Was that the total amount that had been increased to, $15,000?
I'd have to go back and look. I did an analysis on this. I believe the highest yearly total was I think it was between 12 and 13,000.
Okay.
But it's one of those areas that, is consistently underfunded, and it can be a liability if you get to a point that there's a tree that is damaged, dying, diseased, whatever, and presenting an issue, and you don't have the money to address that in at the end of the year. And the other thing that happens is, I think it was basically by December, beginning of January, we went through the funding, had spent the funding for this particular year. So it actually means that, from that point on, if anything comes up, it's going to be addressed, but it'll be addressed probably sometime in July. So you actually end up spending some of the next year's money on what should have been done in last year. So you're actually starting it in a deficit, if you look at it that way.
Okay. Any other comments you want to make on Public Works?
Yeah, I mean, I can say that, winter road wages, even in the tab 1 contractually, it's got a $10,000 increase to it. That is one of the areas where that number's probably definitely realistic. But on the flip side, winter road wages and winter road expenses are the two accounts that basically account for our snow and ice. And, I can say, push comes to shove, we can deficit spend in those two accounts. So I wouldn't recommend going anything below the 141,076.20 from this year. But it does mean that not necessarily so would we have to increase that at least all the way to the 151,916.
Okay.
Okay, and then the the stormwater, that's our regulation that we have to fulfill at $37,275.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
last year,
And
is that's an increase?
Every year it's different what we have to do to meet our permit requirements. So this is what basically we came up with, or that should be dealt with for fiscal year 22 to keep us in compliance. That one has a little yellow highlight on it because it was one of the things we had done this 2 years ago. It's not perfect. The MS4 stormwater management costs will probably be with us for perpetuity, however, at some point in time, they may drop down. So one of my suggestions was actually to take a look at what we did 2 years ago and turn this, rather than funding it through the operating budget, to fund it as an article and use free cash to fund that $37,275.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was like a 4 to 5 year thing, and then it was gone. Is that changed?
I mean, I won't say it's changed yet. I mean, in my mind, unless they change the parameters in the future, I would think that a good portion of the, shall we say, what I will call the upfront cost to get us into compliance should have been covered, and I would look at this, the ongoing costs, to hopefully drop down.
Got it.
Okay, does the Finance Committee have any comments or questions about Highway, Public Works?
Not here.
Hi, Mary Syriac from Finance. I have a question on the MS4. When we met with Randall, he had indicated that the cost for that permit was going to be $32,650 for the year. So I'm just wondering why there's almost a $5,000 difference now.
I believe there's two components of that, but I will go back and double check on it.
Thank you.
So I believe one of the components was $32,000 and the other one was like $5,000.
Any other comments from the Finance Committee? Questions? How about the Select Board?
No.
I've just got one or two. General highway expenses, the projected amount in budget tab 2, I know you don't have it in blue, but jumping from 148 to 236, what's behind that?
That's realistically what we should be doing for road repair work out of the operating budget. We just can't afford it basically on the revenues we have at this point in time. That would be something that I would look at if we were going forward in a future year of a Proposition 2.5 override of funding this through that.
So this would be things like repaving roads, et cetera, that we're not able to do, even though they might be scheduled?
It might not necessarily be repaving roads. It could be potholes, might be repaving a road. Could grading gravel roads, what have you. Actually, most of our road repaving is done out of Chapter 90 funds, but we should be utilizing both Chapter 90 funds and funding from general highway expenses to get to that point of covering the required mileage that we should be.
Yeah, and I guess I was sort of asking the question kind of backwards, but that was my thought, was that there's got to be some funding in Chapter 90 funds. So is that taken into consideration, and there still would be a 236 number?
You are correct. Yes.
Wow.
So are there things that
we should be spending more than what we have in ability to in Chapter 90 to meet what we should be doing with our roads.
So I don't dispute any of this, Ed. I just have some questions that maybe you don't have the answers to, and Chris has prodded me for this. Is there a difference between like what we would use the 148 or the 236 or wherever we land those funds for versus Chapter 90? Like, can you not use Chapter 90 funds for the other, what we would consider highway expenses?
There are some things in highway expenses that would not be covered by Chapter 90. You are correct.
Okay.
I have a question about street lighting. Does the $26,000 restore all the street lights?
It would.
So our little experiment didn't work, obviously, because I think we're over on our budget and our expenses this year on it, even though we had a plan to reduce it.
Well, like I said, some of that I have to still go back in and look at where the net metering credits and what have you fell.
Does anybody have any more questions about Public Works?
Nope.
If not, let's move to Health and Human Services. The only recommended increase above level funded is the Board of Health expenses.
Correct. That was what would have been the largest cut in fiscal year 21, and to be realistic about operating that department in fiscal year 22 for regular normal operating shall we say, processes and expenses. In my opinion, that really should be restored to the $3,000 level.
Well, I want to be really clear about this as a liaison to the Board of Health. I agree. I think $3,000 is a meager amount to pay for mileage and other expenses of the Board of Health. But I want to remind everybody that every department was cut 4% last year, and we and all the department heads indicated where the cuts come from. We did not feel comfortable taking the 4% from wages, so it was all taken from expenses with the expectation that that would be evened out by the Board of Health once they came back and realized that they could move some money, and that didn't happen. So they basically kept the money in wages and had a significant reduction in expenses, and no money was ever moved out of there. So we're restoring the 511. The intention was that would never be cut that much, but we were going to let the Board of Health decide how to handle transfer. And apparently that did not happen.
Or that is what happened, and they just decided to keep it there.
Correct.
Is there any ability in the last 2 months of the year to move any of that money?
In May and June,
transfers,
in May and June it's possible to make transfers. Yeah. Correct.
And then that would look like level funding, whatever that ultimate transfer was.
What are you talking about?
You may not.
Well, if they take the money from a wage line, then for next year that looks like level funding.
Huh?
Well, that's assuming that they spent $3,000 in expenses, which I don't think they did.
They didn't. When we looked at the last expense report, remember, they were pretty low on their Sharps expense. So unless they've had some major expenses in the last month, they were not even at 50% of that $3,000 mark on Sharps, as far as I remember.
Okay. So that's
correct.
Anywhere they would probably transfer out of there, I would assume, but I don't know.
Right. I do believe that was said, that if they need to, they will transfer out of Sharps, that people were not coming into town hall. Obviously, hopefully they're disposing of them properly, but otherwise that line is way down.
Okay. Well, then that accounts for some of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then all right. And they expect it to go back up next year. That's why it's level. Sharps.
Yep. How about the Finance Committee? Do you have questions about Health and Human Services?
Nope, not here.
Anybody else in the select board have questions about Health and Human Services?
I just want to note, I think this is one where we do have to look at some salary issues. Just looking at Council on Aging Director stands out very much as a very, very low salary for that level of responsibility.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so if there's nothing else, then we'll move on to Culture and Recreation. Ed, would you like to comment about any of those items?
I can't see what's in Culture and Recreation. Thank you.
We don't have, nobody wants to talk about, okay.
No, I mean, if you want to go back there, I'm fine with that, Matt. Do you want to go back and talk about
No, I
any
think,
of the items?
no, I think that's fine.
I think at the once we have the whole thing, then I think it's going to be like add this, subtract this. You know, he said, you know, we could go down to this. So
Yeah.
we'll see where we land. But I think we're just kind of going over the whole thing first.
Yeah.
Can I just ask about the library? Are we committing sufficient amount of funds so that we keep our certification with either one of these?
I don't know if it'll fully do it. It's a step in the right direction. I know Jessica Huffnagel's on, and I believe Barbara Golden's on. So let me just make sure they're not muted. Barbara's muted, so I will ask her to unmute. Now let's say.
Okay, I'm unmuted. So with the blue items, we're almost at accreditation. We'd be $3,000 short. If we go with tab 1, we're over $11,000 short of the municipal appropriation requirement. So as Ed said, the blue would make us much closer and so more likely to get a waiver.
So with the last column, Barbara, that totals 174,208.54. That's
Well,
about 6,000. I'm just saying with the farthest right column, the 174,208.54. That's $6,000 short of enough for certification.
Well, the 174 is the total, including other things besides the library. We needed 170,056. So this the blue column, the two blue items would be only 3,000 short of accreditation. If you added the whole thing, it would reach the MAR. You know, all of that box would give us the MAR. But even as Ed said, at least the blue items would get us closer.
Okay.
So you'd be 11,000 short if it was budget tab 1, if that's what I'm understanding?
Yes. See, I wrote it down. It was about 11,000. Yeah.
Matt, would you make a note of that, please?
Right. Just anywhere.
Well, I guess just under, is it for the wages and the,
I'll just put it here.
yeah, just budget tab 1 is 11,000 short of accreditation.
Yes.
And budget tab 2 is 3,000 short, right?
Right.
And do all of the categories or all the line items add up to the total amount needed for certification, or are there only certain ones, Barbara?
No, all of that tab 2, if you add them all up, that would give us the amount.
Yeah.
So it's total funding. They don't require that it be divided in any way. It's total funding has to be at a certain level. Okay.
Total town funding, right.
Okay.
The only thing is the books is supposed to be 19% of the total. So that's how we got that figure. That's the other requirement.
For the books and materials.
Yes.
Just to What does accreditation afford the town? What is the benefit of it?
It does. It means that a patron can take out books and other items, DVDs from any library in the system. And we do a lot of interlibrary loan. We get a truck that comes 3 times a week, and people pick up their holds. So that's the biggest benefit. We also got about $10,000 from the state. But patrons would be very sad not to have the interlibrary loan because it would just limit them to what's in our building. And if we don't get, if we're unaccredited, this happened to Hampden once, then the Mass Board of Library Commissioners recommends that libraries do not lend to that uncertified town. And so the patron wouldn't be able to borrow from other libraries, even if they went there. That's in order to keep, the libraries funded to a decent amount. That's why the Mass Board of Library Commissioners does that. Does that answer your question, Matt?
It does. Appreciate it.
Did want to mention that, Matt, to my understanding, that note that you just made there is incorrect, that budget tab 2 is still $3,000 short.
Not if it's $170,056. That column totals $170,958.
Right. Jessica, we were only talking about the 2 blue highlighted ones. Matt's correct. If you do add them all up, it's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And also, we do get a lot of use out of the ebooks overdrive that we get from being part of the consortium. People can download, ebooks, audiobooks, books on CD, all of that, magazines onto devices. So
was there somebody, thank you, Barbara, was there somebody else from the library that wanted to speak that Ed referenced? Nope.
I didn't know if Jessica Huffnagel wanted to say anything.
She did. She just did.
Oh, okay, that was Jessica.
I already chimed in. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Barb ran the numbers right before the meeting, so I defer to her.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I didn't recognize you. Thank you for coming. Okay, so any other comments on culture and recreation? All right, let's talk about employee benefits. These are usually mandatory, contractual, whatever. So anything you want to say about that, Ed?
Yeah, these are all contractual.
Okay. And these are firm numbers?
Yes, they are.
Did you build in this the possibility of having a disability insurance?
No, that is not in this budget scenario. So my memory is if we wanted to do that, that's another
13.
13.
Yeah, 13.
Yeah, I was going to say $15,000.
Can you write a note of that about that, Matt, just so we remember that?
Yeah, where should I put it?
Just anywhere up by benefits, I guess. Does the Finance Committee want to ask any questions or say anything about benefits?
Yeah, in that regard, as far as the disability, wasn't there also discussion that if the decision was made not to go forward with that we would look at some kind of accrual?
Well, that was a suggestion that I made, but
right.
I'm not sure anybody really agreed with that.
No,
just my way to save department's money.
Yeah, but I think that's also part of the discussion.
Yep.
Or should be.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions or comments about employee benefits?
I just have one comment on the group health insurance retirees. I believe the number should be 194, 149.20, because that's what Jen provided to us on her spreadsheet, her calculation. I think it's just a recording error. It was 194, 149.20.
I can take a look at that.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, you ready to look at the other last categories on debt service, principal and interest? Ed, any comments about, we can probably take them together here. Any comments on either of these categories?
And then some of these may get a little bit of updating from the borrowing State House Notes Award that was just done.
Anything you want to say about any of these categories?
Yeah, I think they're pretty much self-explanatory.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
How about Finance Committee or Select Board? Any questions?
Yeah, why wouldn't this be in both columns?
What's that?
It's 30.
30,000.
It's an estimate. It's already accounted for. It's one of those ones that I'm going to have to actually finalize, and then I put it in both columns with the actual number.
Sure, but for the purposes of this, it should be in both columns equally, correct?
Can you explain what you're referring to, Matt? I'm not. I'm looking at the
estimate for added debt and interest, like whatever the number is, which I know it's not. We don't have it yet, but when we do, it would have to be in both by definition, wouldn't it?
Well, for this scenario, I was working off of budget tab 1, so I would say when this is finalized, I mean, you could put it over there if it makes you feel better. It's really not doing anything.
Well, I don't know what we're going to get to when we get down to the total, but whatever the number is, it would, whatever tab 2 is, it would have to be including that number, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I haven't been using this for the presentation. I have not used budget tab 2. I've only used what's in blue in budget tab 2, and this would not be in blue.
Okay.
Okay. It doesn't sound like there are any questions about the principal and interest on our debt service, other than some changes that might come about by the vote to do the bidding at 1%. So let's have you summarize then, Ed, the revenue estimates and the columns at the end here.
Sure.
Just, I got to say this because I can't get it out of my head. This number then would be 30, like if we're obligated to this and we're looking at this column, we would also be obligated to the 30 grand in this column, would we not? Or would we somehow in this column not be obligated to the 30 grand?
Well, if we're not using that column, we're not obligated to it.
But if we're
I haven't used that column except for the items that are in blue.
Okay.
If you just want to compare the two, then you're absolutely correct. Put the $30,000 in the budget tab 2, and you'll see what that number becomes.
Sure. And it's just the real question is are we going to be discussing the bottom line here with regard to these two columns or not? I don't know what we're about to do here. I thought we were going to.
Well, let's just talk about the summary in the bottom here, and then we'll sort of open it up for general discussion about some of the bigger questions about taking it out of operational stabilization, whether we're talking override. I think let's just finish up here with our revenue estimates about 18 million. So Ed, you want to walk us through the summary here?
Sure. So the revenue estimate with the assumptions that I had laid out at the beginning, the revenues would be $187,146. The total appropriations for budget tab 1 column are $18,297,067.57. That would actually leave us at that point with a deficit of $109,921.57. And then I made some further recommendations that we used the free cash to fund the MS4 costs and make that an article. So that would reduce the deficit by $37,275. That we exercise the So2 Grant possibility for Hampshire Regional, which would actually reduce the Hampshire regional budget by $31,796, and at the time exercised the ESSER 2, and that's the full amount that is eligible for Hampshire regional under ESSER 2. Exercise the ESSER 2 grant funding for Norris. I had it plugged at $46,641. That is not the full amount that could be exercised for Norris. I'd have to go back and look, but I believe it's either 76 or 78,000. That's the full amount. We could go up to that. But in this particular scenario, that those, shall we say, options add up to $115,712. So that would actually turn the deficit into actually a little bit of an excess revenue if all those options were utilized of $5,790.43.
And I was just looking at if we went into tab 2, and I know that's just a, one of the scenarios, there would be a deficit of about $390,000 revenue versus the expense in 2. I know
Correct.
You didn't do the calculation there, but just to put things in perspective, less the 115 you just picked up, I'm just trying to get to
yeah,
the bottom line.
But that tab, well, both tab 1 and tab 2 are going to actually end up going higher depending on what is finally voted on for the Norris school budget.
Mm-hmm. Can you explain, Ed, about the ESSER 2 grant?
Sure. This is funding that is basically available to the schools. We could ask, it would take a select board vote for that to be utilized to, how would you put it, to reduce the town's portion of the increase in net school aid required to be paid by the town from the difference from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 22. By doing that, if we didn't ask to exercise that, those funds would be eligible otherwise to be used by the school. And the other thing to keep in mind is by utilizing those, depending on what the increase in our net required contribution for fiscal year 23, we may have to, that may play into it and actually increase that amount in fiscal year 23.
So, Ed, quick question. Do these funds carry over if they're not used? Do they carry over from fiscal year to fiscal year?
No, they do not.
And you mentioned that the Norris one is maybe possibly up to 70, so not quite.
It's either 76 or 78.
Okay. And is that the same scenario for Hampshire Regional, or is that the full amount for Hampshire Regional?
No, this is the full amount that's available to be utilized in fiscal year 22 for Hampshire Regional.
Okay.
Any other questions about the revenue estimate and also the breakdown on the bottom? Okay, so at this point, we sort of have the whole picture. We have some recommendations in terms of operational stabilization. We have a big question mark in terms of the school. We have some priorities that were already identified by the select board relative to wages and also technology, school children. Is there any other comments that or preferences that the finance committee or select board would like to make at this point?
I guess I just have a question. Is there a subtotal somewhere? I missed it. If so, is there a subtotal of the blue items in tab 2?
There's 90,000.
Wouldn't we need to total just the whole column?
No, it's just the blue ones
just
that
the
we're
blue
talking
items.
about. Just the blue ones that we're talking about.
Yeah. My recollection is I believe their total is about $89,000.
Okay. So I'm just trying to get an idea for what might be part of the operational stabilization idea, something like, or whatever we were talking about. Yeah. Okay.
Right. And my original target, and I knew it would probably change one way or the other, my original target of those that in blue was actually to probably recommend about $75,000 of that $89,000 total.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's very reasonable.
Yeah.
What is the balance in operational stabilization?
Yeah.
Hang on a second, I've got that.
I can tell you. Ed?
No, it's actually, I had given you the wrong number yesterday. I worked out of the wrong column.
Oh.
At least for the balance that's currently in there. So currently in operational stabilization is $426,904.04. Up front on the annual town meeting warrant, we would be looking by our financial policy to put 30% of free cash in addition into that account, which 30% of our free cash would be $85,913, which would bring that account to $512,817.04.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, depending upon the Norris numbers, that makes the picture look a little less bleak if we exercise this option.
But that's zeroing out.
I know.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I'm
We've gotta
hoping
do
we can get some information about the special ed cost. I mean, we had started a whole new program not long ago with the hope of reducing out-of-district placement. And it seems like contrary to the direction of things to have a huge increase in district and out-of-district placement. It just seems like
yeah, so I agree with you, Rini. We do need an explanation for that. The one that I've got in my head is how many more people are requiring special ed this year, given that basically we weren't in school.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
And how many people have gotten advocates to go out of district because of those issues. So, those are just assumptions, but.
Yeah. Can I just, can we just go around then? I mean, everyone's had a chance and I'm sure everybody has some priorities. We talked about priorities, but now that we have sort of the whole picture, could I just ask, like, starting with the Finance Committee, are there priorities that you think that we should really, really focus on? And do you want to hear from any department heads that are on the call? We didn't invite department heads to come, so I don't want to unfairly disadvantage anybody who's not on the call, but if there's any clarification you need, or if there's any, priorities you want to assert, now that you have the budget in front of you, is there anything that you'd like to suggest that the select board, put high up in the list in terms of preserving or adding to?
Well, aren't we scheduled to have another meeting?
Yeah, we are. I just wanted to see if there's anything in particular that you wanted to say now that you've seen the entire budget and heard from various people.
I think, first of all, I'd like to see this report rerun with an estimate of the 11% or 14%, whatever it was that John said, to get a clearer picture of what we're actually looking at.
Well, do you want me to just do the math here so you know what the number is?
Well, I think Francine mentioned something like a $600,000 number.
Well, don't forget, the school committee has not voted on the budget yet.
Right.
So that was,
right. I understand that.
Yeah, just want to be clear about that was, he's doing his best to give us the information, but that was not without school committee approval.
What percentage do you want to see? 11, 10?
His memo said
you can't really do it because what he used actually incorporates the elementary school, the local school transportation, the vocational tuition, and the vocational transportation to get you to that
I see.
Oh, and his numbers are probably different than yours, right?
Right. But like I say, theirs is all encompassing of those four, whereas we have them broken out.
Yes, I get that, but you did your own analysis on these bottom ones, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so there's multiple different numbers that are being used here.
Right. I mean, if you wanted to just try a rough shot at it, if you went back to the fiscal year 21 budget approved, and you took those, let's say,
down to here.
Yep, down to there, and totaled it.
All right, hold on.
Over on the right somewhere.
And then add.
And then take that and multiply it that times 1 point. I mean, if you wanted to go with his worst case scenario of like 13, it would be 1.13.
Yeah. Want to just do 111?
Go ahead.
So that, and then it would be, so that would be, and then we'd have to add this into it. So it would be.
No.
Yeah, because to get to this number here, we'd have to add in Hampshire Regional.
You have to add in the Hampshire Regional, right.
So it would equal this plus this. So it would be, it would be that number instead of this number here, and the difference, the additional difference, which would equal, Ed, you're checking this, it would equal this minus this.
Yeah, it's about 400.
Right.
417 in addition.
Almost 500,000, yeah.
In addition to what was previous in tab 1.
Correct.
So what was the total? 400 and what?
Or 17,621.
417,000 based on 11% off of last year.
417,000 additional?
In addition to what we already had as an increase in tab 1.
Correct. Yep.
So,
and then Francine, what was the number you came up with that was the difference between the columns, an additional 300,000?
It was about 625,000, and that was off of the budget that the school sent.
So that's about a difference of $1 million. That's about a difference of $1 million right there.
No, 733.
I thought it was 600,000 plus 417,000.
No, the difference between, if I think what you're talking about is what the difference would be this year versus last year. Is that what you're asking?
No, I think, didn't Francine add up the columns to see how far off we are from tab 1 and 2?
Yeah, he gave us like 4.8 for tab 1 and 5.6 for tab 2.
Mm-hmm. And you said the total was about 600,000?
Yeah.
Okay, and if we're adding an additional 417,000 that is above and beyond the 2.25 on the school, it comes out to about almost over $1 million, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I'm just go back to the finance committee then to, do you have any comments in general about, where, by all means, we need to, make sure that we do this now that you've kind of seen where things are. Again, we're not making decisions tonight. We have too many question marks, but is there anything that the finance committee wants to recommend in terms of, this is a high priority, this, we can't really even think about cutting this, or any suggestions?
From my concern, I think it's premature.
Okay.
We talked about a lot of issues here, but for me personally to sit down and say, okay, we need to do this, this, and this, without having a chance to go back over what we've talked about, I'd be remiss.
Yeah.
Well, I think from my standpoint, I think we should fund the library to the point of certification. I think there are certain positions that are so far off the mark that we should fund them. And we talked about raising people up to minimum wage because the state changed the minimum wage January 1. So, I mean, I'm able to, and I mean, they're small money compared to some of the big, ticket items here, but I'm just saying that now that I've heard this, and I know that we're so close to being certified as a library, that I would feel strongly about going the extra amount there, and also sort of rectifying some of the positions that are really far off. That was a recommendation from PQB right along, and I think that if we're able to do that, I would very much support that.
Yeah, I guess I would add to that I think the whole wage structure has got to be reviewed.
Yeah.
I think there is a lot of unrest from what I've heard, a lot of unrest about not having received, increases in the past. And a COLA increase is a COLA increase. It doesn't, it just doesn't address an employee's performance. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what's lacking.
Yeah, well, hopefully
not having made increases in the past.
Yeah.
So
well, hopefully the grant that we got will, the DLTA grant for, to look at, some HR services regionally will be very telling. Francine, do you want to comment as the liaison to PQB? Anything about that?
I think he's, right on but I think there are still some unknowns in terms of grade levels. I would like to see us be able to plot a chart very similar to what Art did, but with today's figures, and look at the equality, across the board for people who have similar responsibilities overall, and see, and kind of look at the grouping in that way. And look at not just internally, but let's look externally and see how far off the mark we are. Mm-hmm. And I think we need to put together kind of a longer range plan of how we might get there. It's the solution is not this year, mm-hmm. but in looking to the future, how can we chip away at what is, as Ken described, it's a significant issue.
How does the Select Board of Finance Committee feel about Ed's suggestion to the positions that were identified by him as being, the most off the mark, to start by not only the 2%, but add an additional 2%, at least for a lot of the administrative assistant positions?
Offhand, without seeing what those figures are, I would generally support that. I think what we're lacking, I don't have an idea of, who's at what grade or step. Whenever we look at the PCFs that come toward us, that line is continually blank. And I just don't think we have a good handle on where people set on any kind of a salary scale. So I would favor moving something there, but I guess I would really look at the ones that are not, the ones that are really far off the scale would be my highest priority to start with. But yes, I think in general, the ones that Ed listed out, I would like to see that 2% added in here so that we have that in budget tab 1 for another go around.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just when you get a chance, Rachel has her hand up from
and so does Jen Day.
And Jen Day does too.
Okay. So if this is about the positions, is that what, Jen, would you like to speak to this?
Ed, you got to unmute her.
So I was just looking to speak to certain numbers in the overall budget, and then also about the operational stabilization being used. Mm-hmm. So it's not actually on these positions, but I would eventually like to speak on those other items.
Okay. I don't, help me out, folks, because I'm doing this on my phone. Does Rachel want to comment specifically about the these positions and the additional 2%?
I did just want to make a general comment. I feel like we should really prioritize the salary equity amongst the individuals. And there's definitely disparity amongst them, and I think we need to really address that, or at the very least have some type of plan that illustrates what they could get moving forward, some type of benchmark that they can at least see is on the horizon, instead of just having level funded that doesn't mean anything for them.
Right.
Yep, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jen, do you want to go ahead and discuss the issues that you want to discuss, or the lines that you want to talk about?
Yeah, so I kind of made a bunch of notes when you were going through the budget. So the assistant assessor position, I know that was questioned, so that is in there right now at a 4% increase. I think it's supposed to be 2 as for now, and then if, right?
I think that's, Mary made a comment about that, wasn't that a line sheet? Yeah. So that, can you make a note about that? That's already been, so that if that was one of the positions that were considered to go up an additional, that's already been reflected in this?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, the accountant software support is in there at, where is it? Is it in there at 3,000? I lost the budget.
Okay, what are you at?
So for the accountant software support, the actual number that will be owed is $4,020.45.
Oh. Is what?
$4,020.45.
So it's $400 more. Yeah.
200.
Yes, you're right. 200.
What did she say? 4,200 or 4,020?
4,020.
It's correct.
200.
It's just 200 different from what's in the budget, Matt. That's all Francine's saying.
Yeah.
Let's see. So I know someone commented on EMT wages, so I just wanted to let you know that for fiscal year 21, they have $43,974 left. So I think Mary had said that they spend about $8,096 to payroll. So that will leave them about like $5,000 short for this year, if that's the case. So just because you were asking about that line item and the increase on that. So I just like pulled up that information.
But yes, but we have a note in there that suggests that the 210 to 212 number is correct.
Yeah, so at that number, if they are getting paid at the rate Mary said they were, that the finance committee had, they will be short this year.
Yes, because we're at 206.
Okay.
But that just further verifies the 211 to 212 number. So double source.
Yeah. So so group health retirees, that is correct. It's 194, 149.20, like Mary said. And then as far as like operational stabilization being used, I guess that concerns me a little because that affects our bond rating. And when we got rated this past year, one of the things that they commented on was that and it's in an email, it says that what really is holding the rating down is the very low reserve levels compared to other communities in Mass, and that revenue expenditures in this environment could eventually lead to pressure on the cash balance. So, our operational stabilization is already low compared to other communities. So for me, I don't think it's a good idea to use it. Also, we have to have our audit done. If that's not done by mid-May, that's also going to affect our bond rating. I got an email today, so I'm just like, I guess I'm concerned because I know Donna, when she was in this office, worked really hard to increase the bond rating. And I would not, I don't really want to see it go down.
What is our bond rating, Jen?
It's a AA-. So, it still has room for improvement. And I just feel like it's going, we're not on a good pace.
What is a reasonable operating stabilization balance? Is it 10%? Is it a percentage of the general budget?
Honestly, I really don't know what reasonable would be. I just know that ours, I would guess I would have to see like, okay, well, what are other communities? I never really looked. I just know that this is what I was told, that ours is really low compared to, we have a really low reserve level compared to other communities.
There must be a recommendation from the Department of Revenue, though. There must be a recommendation.
At one time, the bonding agencies were looking for like 7 to 8%. They've increased that to ideally like 10, 11% now.
Yeah, because I remember hearing, I thought I heard $1 million over the last couple of years, which would be more in line with the, 7%. But yeah, if it's 10%, then it should be 1.8.
Yeah, so I just wanted.
That was where I was going, by the way, Rini, at the top end of this conversation.
Yep, I hear you. Anything else, Jen? Thank you for that. And that brings up the audit. I mean, obviously, we don't want to be in jeopardy, and we want to make sure that audit is done. Is that on track, Ed, or is that, have we?
I will check with Bev and see if everything's been sent in that they asked for, and find out if it hasn't, what they're still missing.
Okay, so I talked to the auditor just the other day, and they haven't received anything from the accountant's office.
Okay.
So,
well, we don't want to be at risk because of that. That's for sure.
I have a question for Jen.
Okay, go ahead, Ken.
Jen, the revenue estimate that we're showing on this report of 18,187, how does that relate to what we're looking at for actual for 2021?
So I really, I don't know. I enter the revenue, but I don't post it. So the accountant holds those like actual financials. And I think that still needs to be posted from August on.
Okay. Ed, would you have any further clarification to that? 18.2 million?
Well, I would say from the report of revenues that Jen gave, a few weeks back, we seem to be right on track with all our tax receipts, state aid that we base the budget off of. So I don't see any reason to see anything other than, anything substantial or to be worried about there.
So you're saying that we're going to come in somewhere pretty close to 17,741?
No, 18,187.
No,
this is next year's revenue.
That's next year.
This is next year's revenue. I thought you were asking about this year's revenue that we're ending, which needs to be somewhere around this.
Right.
I'm asking about. What I'm trying to get a feel for is we're projecting $18.2 million. How does that relate to what we expect for 2021?
We will end up spending 17,741 per the budget, which is right here in column E.
So 17,741 is our expected revenue.
Right. And what we heard from Jen a couple of weeks ago at the select board meeting is that it's fairly well on track.
Yeah. So as far as taxes go, which is the majority of it, it is on track, but my numbers aren't the legal financial numbers. So I guess I'm really not supposed to, from what I hear, use those to, I don't know.
I'm sorry. I don't. I still. I still don't think we're on the same page. The 17,741 is the budgeted revenue.
No. So
No,
look,
that's the expense.
yes, that's our expense line for the present year that we're in, which is FY20. But by definition, Ken, that had to balance with our revenue projection from last year.
Exactly.
FY21.
So we're expecting that amount of revenue.
But that's a projection. I'm asking, do we have any idea what the actual revenue is going to be? If we take where we are when we project it out to June 30, do we have a number that relates to it? All I'm trying to do is rationalize $18.2 million that we're using for 2022 as it relates to what we're going to actually collect for fiscal year 2021.
Bill, we should collect 17,741,360.
That's a budget. That's not actual.
So let's just walk this through one step. Like, if the number was a little bit different than 17,741, which it's not going to hit it right on the mark, but it's going to come pretty close, and that's where you get free cash. I mean, hopefully we're not going to end up in a deficit, Ken, but we may end up in a free cash allocation state here. But what are you? Let's just say it was a little bit higher. Like, what would you do with that? Like, what?
It's not what I want to do with it. All I'm trying to do is rationalize $18.2 million.
Well, that's growth.
I mean, I can say, yeah, I think we're going to get $18.2 million. And when I close the books on June 30 of this year, it's only 17.8. So now all of a sudden my projection for 2022.
Sure, but you'd have to add new growth plus the 2.5% tax increase to whatever we collect this year.
Right. I guess I'm not making my point.
What we collect this year is not going to be what we collect next year.
I'm sorry. I apologize. If I could just add, I think, and I'm not sure if I'm even on the same point as Ken, but when I look at column E, or the column that's indicated fiscal year 21 budget approved, from my perspective, that feels like that's the budget. So what in actuality was spent? I mean, hopefully it's close to what the budget that was approved. And on the other side of that, the idea is that, yes, we were looking at level funded budgeting, which meant that our revenues would be around that $17 million mark. But in actuality, I mean, where is the actual versus budget, and where do we fall in for fiscal 21? And
well, we have revenue and expense reports that we look at every other week, and I'm sure you've actually had a copy of that. I don't know if what's the latest is on that. It is on the agenda for tonight. But are you asking for where are we right this minute in the revenue expenditures for FY21?
I think that's what Ken was looking for. Yes.
I think, Rini, we've had an idea from Jen about tax revenues and those being on track, but I don't think we really have had an income report in quite a while.
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we need the bigger picture, not just taxes, but all the income that we are getting from grants and state money and whatever else we've got. I don't know where it all fits in, but I think that's what Ken is trying to get at, right?
Correct. Thank you.
So what are we actually receiving now for this fiscal year?
Are we at all worried that we're not going to collect what we are expending, which is the 17,741? Is that where this I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is the root of this like what people might be worried about here?
I'm worried about the unknown. I'm worried about the unknown. We have not seen what the revenue is. We don't know what the revenue totals are going to be or are through the current date, let alone what we think they're going to be at June 30, 2021.
Yep.
And to add to that, of the revenues that we're projecting, how much of it is it collectible, or how much is out in collections that may not be collected?
Well,
and
Jen,
is that an issue?
Jen I think Jen has an understanding of collections, right, Jen?
As far as tax collections are right on track, like I had said in a prior meeting. trying to look up right now what I posted so far, but I mean, it's not really a, quickly, like, this is the, oh, so this, see my revenue, I can't even give you a total really, because it does include interest and penalties and, you know.
Well, we basically need a real revenue report. That's what everybody's asking for. So I think we just need to have something at our next meeting that we can say, okay, here's what we're receiving from all these different sources. I mean, I don't know if it's helpful to go, I mean, it wouldn't really make any difference, maybe, but I mean, all we can do is look back at when we closed out fiscal 19 and we closed it out, and where were we with revenue versus expenses and therefore free cash, et cetera, at the end of 19. Is there anything we learned from that, and are we similar to that, or fiscal 20, I'm sorry, not 19, the books that we closed last year, where did we end up with revenues versus expenditures last year, and are we worried about anything for this year? I mean, I don't know.
So I think
that's something. I'm sorry, go ahead, Jen.
Oh, sorry. I've entered all the revenue receipts through mid-March, so it's just a matter of, I don't know if there's going to be an assistant accountant soon, but it's really a matter of someone in there having the time to be able to review what I've done, make sure it's correct, and post it. I mean, I don't even know. So
okay,
I mean,
so Ed, is it realistic to be able to have some updated revenue reports for our next meeting?
No. It's a tremendous amount of work. So we'd really have to bring somebody else in to catch up with that.
Okay. Okay, so what I'm hearing is that according to the revenues and what we've looked at, that they're, at least the tax revenues are fairly well on target. I don't think that we've had, the select board's been reporting that the revenue reports have really been not where we'd like them to be for a very long time. This, goes back, more than 1 year, to be honest with you. And that's something that I think that we need to work towards. In the meantime, I think that if we can get a sense of, I'm hearing that there's not a concern that we're not collecting the money that's due, but it's going to be tough to get the numbers that we're looking for. Is that about right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boy,
I guess I have a concern that we have a temp, as a town accountant. I mean, posting revenue is part of that whole process. I just don't understand.
Right, but we have a temp that's working about 20 hours a week, and we don't have an assistant accountant. So if we need to bring in additional staff, then we need to talk about that. But that's the problem. It's not a 32-hour accountant, and it's a temp that's, doing a lot of assistant accountant work.
I thought she was working a full week.
No, she's not. I think she's only 20 hours a week, isn't she?
24.
24 hours.
About 22.
Okay. Okay, so what other comments do people want to make in general, either about priorities relative to, I heard you loud and clear about operational stabilization, other comments about override, and now that we've seen the whole budget, what more would you like to say about it?
I do think that we need to go over the debt service numbers also. So maybe me and Ed can sit down and do that. I don't have anything right in front of me now, but I do think I'm looking at department dump truck, and at $33,006, but on my debt service schedule, it's $37,925, with interest being $29.25, and then the interest in here is $12,228. I also don't know if the new borrowing has been put in here.
No, it hasn't yet.
No.
Yeah, okay, all right. So I just, maybe this is something Ed and I can work on, but I feel like there's a lot missing.
You mean the new borrowing that we just approved tonight?
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
so that explains that.
Yeah.
So if you can sit down and the three of you, including the accountant, can sit down and provide us with as accurate numbers as possible, that would be obviously very helpful.
Yeah.
Francine or Chris, do you want to chime in at all on, or Matt, on any priorities, now that you've heard sort of the whole thing in terms of override, operational stabilization, priorities of various wages, line items, anything?
Well, I sort of feel the way Ken feels, that I think it might be just a little bit too soon. We need more information. We need to see what the real bottom line is going to be. Yeah. And then we'll know from that, and plus the revenue and some accurate projections based on this year's experience, then I think we can make some decisions. But right now, there are too many blank spaces.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I guess from my point of view, I'm certainly in favor of doing some of the improvements, if not all the improvements, that the ad hoc tech committee is suggesting. They are a very solid, determined, dedicated team of people with incredible qualifications that have put a lot of thought into what they're recommending and done a lot of analysis. And I think moving us into the 21st century technology is not a bad thing. And I think it would be great if we could manage to do most of the technology related things for improved communications, voice over IP, et cetera, at Town Hall. I think too that, I realize we've got lots of big expenses and big requirements. I guess I just don't want us to lose sight of the need to start really seriously regularizing some of the salaries that are way off scale. We're never going to retain people in town if we can't put out a reasonable salary compared to other towns for the same job and the qualifications. And I think that definitely goes for several of the assistant positions, as Ed has mentioned. Certainly, I'll come back again to the COA director, and I will also come back to the assessor, because to me, the assessor is part of a three-person team in terms of the treasurer, the accountant, and the assessor. They are all responsible for the revenue for this town, and I think they need to be much more on a parity than they currently are. So those would be my priorities, and I would hope that the big issues don't shove them aside and we put it off yet another year to start making some overdue adjustments on salaries.
Matt, you want to chime in?
No, I think you guys have summarized it well. I mean, it's hard to do this without all of the numbers. I mean, you can't budget without all the numbers going into the budget. So I agree that those are the priorities. I think it's obvious that we are constrained from a monetary standpoint, and then how we go about doing this matters to me. I mean, I can't, I don't know where I stand on this because I don't know the numbers, but, operating stabilization makes me very nervous because it doesn't increase the basis in the next year. It's a prop that whatever amount you do this year, you're going to have to figure out a way to overcome next year because it doesn't increase your basis. So you're going 2.5 off the lesser number, and we spin our wheels. Now we've done this with operating stabilization before, and the number that we're kicking around now is orders of magnitude more than that. And the last time we did this was the ambulance and the EMT situation there, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was like 80 or 90,000. I think we're still digging out of that. I'm not saying that I don't agree with it, but operating stabilization doesn't increase basis. I can't say it enough. Like, next year will be, I can't even tell you how big of a disaster next year will be if we use a significant amount of that. Like, then you'll just be cutting exactly what you added. Or we will, not you, but we, so I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. I want to do all of these things. They're super high priorities. They've always been super high priorities, but we remain in a budget constrained form of government for one reason or another.
Mm-hmm.
And just to refresh what Ed said, Ed, you were estimating maybe around 70,000 for operational stabilization. That's what you were recommending? About
75,000 I was thinking of, for what towards what's in the blue tabs.
Yep. Okay.
Matt, as a representative from, well, actually, as a member in Capital,
Yep.
you have had a number of capital requests. Is there anything that you've heard tonight that leads you to believe that there could be capital requests that could be offset, that might offset the operational budget at all?
No, I mean, great question. No, I mean, we reviewed the capital requests this year were honestly a lot less than they've been in previous years. They all came with really good documentation. I mean, we reviewed this last night. We sent the results off to Ed. I'm happy to share them with the rest of the board. We're not done. We have a couple of questions on a couple of items that we need some clarification on from the department head or from the committee. One of which we need a quote on, but the other items come with great backup, and they're not, the ones that will be coming out of the capital stabilization account are relatively small items. Now, I mean, there's, going along with aging equipment maintenance, we have another dump truck like that we really need to do. We have another 2 really, and if you look at that 10-year plan, it's not looking good next year. We've kicked that can down the road for the last 5 years. We're starting to catch up. But the expense line that's going up in highway is real. I mean, we've gotten emails on this. We know that this is the case. If you look at the 10-year plan, it's outlined there. I mean, there are multiple ways to verify the same exact thing, is that we have a very aging fleet and a very big fleet over there, and we've got to get on top of it. So, we're looking at another one of those. I mean, I can go into more specifics if you'd like. I'm happy to share it.
No, I was just, I mean, that would be something we're going to have to, have as part of the warrant anyway. But I was just wondering if there's anything that you heard in operations that might be a possibility of being funded through capital.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was thinking about some of the police stuff, but maybe the 3-year cycle on the vest and other things.
Yeah.
No, so I'm in full support of what Ed's suggesting for MS4 stormwater, just because until more information is provided, I view that as a 3 to 5 year thing. And Ed, I totally agree. There'll probably be some maintenance on it, but I don't think it's going to be hitting us at $25,000 a year for forever. Mm-hmm. So I'm totally with Ed on that. With regard to the other things, they've become, some of these things that, always the concern of the capital committee is when we add capital items, what does this do to ongoing maintenance and support? And, I think we're seeing some of that effect here now. We really need to consider that when we're doing maintenance items with regard to new additions of equipment that just new, not replacement. I mean, replacement by definition would reduce maintenance costs if you're going from old to new, but if you're adding stuff, what's it cost to maintain? And we've always asked these questions, and we get some answers, some of which doesn't necessarily always bear itself out. But I don't see anything in our general budget that now could somehow be considered or bumped over to capital. Also not exactly plush with resources over there. I mean, I don't anticipate that we'll spend the entire capital budget, which I think is also a good practice to not do that. But, we're going to try to keep up with the things we need to keep up with.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think some of the things, Matt, that you might have seen in capital, some of them were able to be covered. Some of the new ones that you referred to, though, got covered with the CARES Act money or other grant money, maybe too. But things like vehicles are certainly not in any of the grant money budget. So those would be the things that would normally come to capital. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there was definitely nothing in the capital requests list that came over to us that could possibly be covered by CARES. I can assure you of that. There was one item that's since been withdrawn because we're looking at a grant to get it, which I think is wonderful. And the two departments are looking at making that happen and are working with Ed on that. And so, that's, we discussed that and that.
Yeah.
And so
no, I'm saying some of the things that we did get through CARES might have come to capital if we hadn't gotten grants for them.
Yeah. Well, perfect explanation. Yes. And so maybe that's the reason why it's.
Yeah. I think that contributed to it. That's not the whole reason, but that contributed to it, I think.
Yeah.
So are there additional opportunities by any CARES Act for any of the items on the current budget? Ed or Chris?
You got to make that case for COVID.
Right.
It's got to be tightly tied to COVID. Off the top of my head, I'm not seeing it out of what we talked about tonight without looking at it a little more.
Yeah, I haven't had anything jump out at me.
Okay.
We don't know, like it said with the new what's it called, the American Rescue Plan or whatever it's called. We have no idea what that's going to allow us to do, but maybe there's something in there, but even that would be probably limited. I don't know if any of the only thing I could think of would be if anything out of the technology side could possibly be justified under CARES. I don't know. We'd have to think about that more.
I mean, can I just throw this out there? I mean, COVID related. I mean, that is just such a. I know why you're saying that, Chris. I'm not.
Yeah.
Like, I get it here, but like, I mean, presumably there's. I mean, there's so many areas I could just go. I could just pick any department really, but I mean, if you go into EMT, I'm sure that there's way more things that they've got to do now because of COVID that they didn't have to do before. I mean, if you look at the school, are any of those increases in special ed and out of district placement because some kid fell behind because of the education we provided during the COVID year? How is that not COVID related? Like, I mean, I just, I'm just throwing the idea out there, but like, I mean, I don't know, you pick any department here. I mean, you can come up with a COVID reason for an increased expense pretty easily, I think, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
But I think the requirement is it has to be something that you did not already budget. So it has to be a new expense. Am I right, Chris?
Yeah, it cannot cover ongoing expenses. No.
Yeah, I mean that was the original CARES Act. Like I say, we don't have any details on what the American Recovery Act will allow us to do at this point in time. And every time they give an update, it says, "Oh, we expect those details in the next 2 weeks."
Yeah, I mean, like, another example. I mean, the school didn't hire certain teachers and spent its school choice account to buy iWave, whatever they used the money for. Like they had to keep the doors open, so they did everything that they could because of COVID, right? I mean,
right? And then they got a chunk. They got like $175,000 from the Town CARES Act for the remote learning stuff and the laptops and we gave them a good chunk. They had the highest amount.
So if in sort of finalizing this discussion here, I'm wondering if we could come up with two sort of things to talk about. The first, is there anything that you've heard tonight that you would like to be added to the budget draft? So for example, are people in support of adding a 2% as a starting point or ending point, depending on where it lands, to the positions that Ed mentioned from the outset?
I'm in favor.
Me too.
Okay, would you like to make a motion to that effect? And I think that what I heard was, I wrote down all the positions. If you'd like to repeat them, we can. But basically, adding 2% to the positions that are the farthest off the mark from the wage scale as a starting point. We can discuss any other director position that might be further off or other ones. But in terms of just moving the draft further along, there's support for an additional 2% for the positions that Ed mentioned in the beginning.
Yeah, so I'm in support of that. I would just make a suggestion that we somehow color code this so that we know what we're doing here, because we still don't have a full budget picture, and without that, it's hard to say all of this for me. So as long as we note it or tag it or label it.
Since it's only a draft, then we don't need to make a motion then, because we're not really, we could change it. But if you could just increase those positions by the additional 2% above the COLA, then and highlight it, that'll help us next time around. Is there anything else that you want to change on the existing budget? Do you want to decrease on the EMT wages? Do you want to change anything else at this stage of the draft.
I mean, thank you for bringing it up. I do think that given that this has been verified 2 different ways, I do think that the EMT wages should fall into line with what we're spending. But I also do think that we should ask the question just to make sure that our way of thinking here is accurate. But yeah, this should probably be 212.
Okay, and
I'm gonna bring up one point.
Okay.
We really need to go back and take a look at the same amount of years and see where the fire wages are, because if they took any of these EMT wages and used it to pay an overage in fire, if you just drop this, you're still in an inequity.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Okay.
So then can we just investigate it then, maybe?
Yeah.
The only reason why I would question what you're saying is they weren't looking at expense lines, which is what I think what you're saying would suggest. They were looking at how they've paid people, like the payroll. They were looking at payroll.
Yeah, but they were looking at payroll from EMT wages. So what I'm saying, if there were more fire calls and the fire wages were overspent and they transferred these funds into fire, I'd say, okay, you're right, 212 for that. However, you really have to go up on the fire wages.
Okay, got it.
So the best thing to do would be to add both lines together and see what the total is.
Or just compare the two side by side.
I mean, but together, and then you have a whole. So however he switches from one wage account to another, you still get the total. And yeah, we need that.
Okay, so fine.
Okay. All right. So I'm also creating a little list here of things that we need for sure by the next time we meet. We need the school budget. We need to have the debt service looked at now that we've approved the 1% for the next 3 years, that Ed and Jen will work on that. We also have to look at the EMT and fire wages. Is there anything else that we need to have before next time, or is there anything else that you want to change in the current budget draft?
We did say we needed the revenue.
Revenue, yep. Is there anything else the select board wants to recommend in terms of this draft, or any additional requests for information?
I think we were looking to see what the reserve fund was in the past.
Right, thank you, reserve fund.
Yep.
Correct, yep.
Okay, then just to review, I believe the school committee is going to try to have a meeting with the finance committee on Monday. And as of right now, we have a meeting planned for Tuesday. It might make sense to set a meeting for additional date just to be on the safe side, since we can't wait till Monday to decide that per se. Does anybody want to propose? And then the deadline for the article submissions is the 4th. So that's tight.
Yeah.
So the 29th.
Yeah, Thursday. I think we better meet Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll post a meeting. We'll keep the Tuesday meeting. We'll post one for Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the 27th
27th and 29th.
27th and the 29th. Okay.
So
All right. Any final comments on the budget, either requests to amend now or requests for information for next time?
So, wait a minute, 4/26 is that Monday, which we may or may not have. If we do have it and they can finalize, then it makes sense for us to meet on the 27th. If they can't,
then we'll go with the 29th.
And forget about the 27th.
Well, they'll have a meeting on the 28th if they don't have one on the 26th.
Yes.
Because they already have a meeting posted for the 26th. They're going to see if they can have it on the 28th. They're going to see if they can have it on the 26th instead.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're just going to play it safe.
Yeah, we may have other select board things for the 27th, right? Even if we didn't do the budget, or would you cancel?
I would probably suggest that.
Okay.
What was that?
We're going to end up having a meeting on the 4th anyway, because we have other articles, you know, the capital, I mean, we have to go through the entire articles for the warrant.
Right.
So I would say 27th or 29th and then the 4th.
Mhm.
All right. But Ed, you should hear back from the school as to whether or not they're going to be able to do the 26th, right?
Yeah, that's what John had said. He'd let me know.
Yeah. Okay. So if you can let us know as well, that'd be great.
I will do that.
Okay.
I think we have one more item I think that we need to be cognizant of is that police department expense. So I believe it was an additional $3,000 for the officers to be trained.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the disability insurance.
Right. Why don't we make sure we put them in there so that we don't forget about them? And then when we come back next time, we'll see where the school comes in, what changes to the debt service, what additional revenue information we know, the EMT fire wages. We'll add the $3,000 for the police, the training, and reserve fund information.
Yeah.
And we'll go ahead and add the 2% to those positions.
Right. And that.
All right.
I would just want to make sure too that we're not missing anybody in that list.
Does anybody else have any other?
What other source do we have available to us to check this, Ed?
I've used the only source that I know of that I feel confident in and is the most updated.
Okay.
Okay, so let's, I guess there's just too many question marks right now. We're going to have a really tough decision to make in the next 2 weeks. So we're going to have to really get all the information we possibly can because we don't have a lot of time to kick this down the road. And we need to make sure that the public has an opportunity to review this budget before, obviously, the town meeting, which is currently June 12th.
Right.
Right.
Okay, and with the deadline of the warrant of May 4th.
Right.
Okay, all right, so we have a plan, and hopefully we'll get a lot of answers. Does Select Board want to go back now and review some of the agenda items and get an update on some items? What's your preference?
Yeah, I would call for a motion to adjourn the Finance Committee portion.
Okay.
I move that we adjourn.
So moved to the second.
I second. Rachel.
All right, all in favor? Roll. Cole, aye.
Rachel, aye.
Mary?
Aye.
All right. Thank you both.
Mary, Rachel, Ken, thank you so much for all your hard work with all the departments and for being with us. Really, really helpful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, folks. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Night.
All right, so would you like to, I know, Matt, you have a bit of a time thing here. Would you like to go through and just review some of the agenda items from here, or?
Yeah, I mean, if you know, I don't know how long. Yeah, I'm not sure here. I got a very early flight tomorrow, so
okay.
There's no way.
Let's hold off a little bit. Are there any urgent Select Board, Town Administrator, or ad hoc grant committee reports?
Nothing urgent.
Nothing that can't wait.
Okay. Assistant accountant position, I think there was an applicant who had asked for full-time and the position's not full-time. And the position is going to be advertised in Indeed if it hasn't already been, correct?
Yeah, and I got to get back to Francine and Ken to coordinate a time to set the interview.
Oh, do you have an applicant? Or you just
Yeah,
carving out time?
Yeah, I thought you had that.
I sent an email. She called or she emailed me. She's no longer interested in the position because it is part-time. She only wants full-time, so she's gone. We have to start all over again.
Oh, bummer.
Okay, so that needs to be posted in Indeed, and
We've been talking about Indeed for a while, guys. Let's get this out there. What's the problem? I mean, why can't we get it posted? I can't believe we can't find an accountant, an assistant accountant. I mean, I just don't think they're that rare.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. That we need to move on that, especially now. East Street Bridge. What's the update, Ed, on that?
VHB is working to put everything together and put out to bid, and Randall and John Furman from VHB and I have a conference call with the individual that manages our Mass Works grant program for Friday. So everything's moving forward. Probably not as quick as I'd like, but it is moving forward.
Okay. If anybody has any questions on any of these, please just jump right in. I'm just trying to be efficient with the time here. Bylaws amendment review. We had authorized at the last meeting additional amount of money for hoping that we can get through more of the bylaws. And did you hear back from KP on where they're going to be, how much they're going to be able to do?
She's just, by the priority level that Francine had sent me, Michelle's just going to work through them and do as many as they can for the $1,500.
Okay, and she knows the deadline for the warrant is May 4th.
Yes.
Okay, so we should find out or know in plenty of time to add them to the warrant.
Yes.
And does that include the next agenda item, which is the wetlands protection bylaw?
It does.
Yeah, and just one thing on that. I think Ed, I think maybe Marla talked to you about the main thing that Concom really wants is that $300 issue put in there as suggested. And I think at this point in time, let's just forget this whole notion about filing at the registry and getting the town to recoup that money.
Yeah,
Concom
Marla sent me an email either last night or today to that effect. So
it's a rare occurrence. It's it's not big money. The $300 is much more important. And I think there might be something. She thought there was something in there about the quorum that had to be maybe amended too. I'm not sure, but
she'd address that too.
Okay, good, thanks. So that should be easier if we just do the small amendment. That shouldn't be hard. But yep.
Okay, the next item is the short and long-term disability update. I know the quote that we were given only lasted us, went to a certain point, and there was not a lot of change in the composition of the, employees. And so I think that's still on the radar for a possible adoption. And we had a discussion about the finance of that earlier, I think $13,000, but that's going to have to be contractual. There's a lot of other details that have to be worked out before that actually.
I have spoken.
You did speak to them?
Yes.
And?
Yeah, everything's in alignment.
Okay,
like I say, if we just have to update our demographics.
Okay. All right. More on that later. That brings us down to any updates on the American Rescue Act. It was referenced several times tonight. It sounds like we don't have a lot of details.
Nope. Not getting the information that we really would like to get.
Okay. All right. Municipal vulnerability preparedness. We had the workshops. I think the one I went in went really well. I think Fuss and O'Neill does a great job facilitating. And they put together a matrix of interest and vulnerabilities. And what would anybody else like to say about that?
Just to note that there's going to be a grant opening soon for MVP stuff. I don't know if you guys are aiming to have something to support for that.
Well, The next step, I wasn't at the second workshop. Ed, were you part of that workshop as well?
Yes, I attended both. So our next step will be to have a public listening session.
Okay. And will that be facilitated by the same folks?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is the information that they gathered from the two workshops, is that available or is that part of the next step for public comment on the sort of matrix and where we want to put our attention?
I will take a look. I know that they were, Sarah and was updating that from the second workshop, and I will see if that they have sent that back out to us.
Okay, the revenue and expenditures update. I don't remember if that was a part of the last agenda last time or not, but do we have an update on that, on the numbers for both?
There was nothing in the package.
We did it last time.
Yeah.
Okay, we did. Okay. Well,
we'll have another update go along with the special meeting next week.
Okay. Sounds good. Flying right along here. We already talked about the Earth Day proclamation, naming rights. So this came up because we were informed that the Park Commission had decided to name a ball field. And so I think the question came up, do we have a bylaw? Do we have guidance on the naming of town property, school property, other property? Is there a criteria for selection and who decides? So would anybody like to comment about that? Do we have current guidance, or is it simply up to the various committees? Like obviously, I have to tell you that when I was in the school committee, this came up because there are 3 places in Hampshire Regional that are named after people: the gymnasium, the cross-country track, and the soccer field. And I had been on the school committee asking that I wasn't going to approve the naming of anything unless we came up with some criteria beforehand. Otherwise, it's somewhat whimsical based on who's involved at a certain time. And I think that's a dangerous way to name things after people, frankly. And I don't believe anything was ever done. Does the town have any guidance around naming fields, streets, bridges, anything after various people?
Not as part of the general bylaws. I mean, it's something that we can research from other towns and see, see what they're up to.
Yeah, I've researched a little bit of it because it was a while ago, remember we got a letter from a family talking about asking whether or not we would consider naming the revised or refurbished, whatever, replaced East Street Bridge after their dad. And so then we said we had to research it and put it on hold. So we didn't make any decision there, but I did look into it. The only thing I had started to look at was very much related to education, though. Various universities, community colleges, I think they are governed by some level of a state law to do any kind of naming rights, and they do a real check on who the person is. I mean, you want to name it after, obviously, somebody who deserves it, who's got a sort of an upstanding citizen, or somebody who's done a lot for the committee, or for the community rather, not just somebody who gave $1 million to the library necessarily. They do have that donor class as well as one of the criteria, but there are many other things just in terms of who that person was as a general citizen and their involvement with whatever that entity was. But I didn't get any further. I didn't spend more time looking yet. Something we could look into to see, because I think we owe it to the other family, at least. We owe them some level of an answer.
Right.
As well.
Is that something you're willing to look into and report back to us?
Yes, we will.
Sure, we can, Francine and I can tackle it with the bylaws committee maybe, or somewhere.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to know not only, are there criteria up there, checklist, whatever, but also the other question is, who decides? I mean, the school committee decides for the school. Does the park commission decide for any parks, even though it's town property? Does, I'd just like to know is there any regulations, law, precedents, anything that would be helpful to know.
Right.
Okay.
I did try to start something. I mean, one of the teachers at Hampshire Regional consistently on surveys of graduating seniors said that this English teacher, Mrs. Merritt, prepared them for college. And I tried to have some sort of a wall of fame in the library or something. But all of the things that are named at Hampshire Regional are athletic facilities. So anyway, I think it's good to have a more general approach to this than just responding to individual requests.
Yeah. No, I mean, it would seem to me though that for things that are town related or town owned property, that at least the select board would know about it.
Yeah.
You know? I mean.
Right. We were not even informed about that. That's, I think, the problem for sure.
Okay.
But I just think that it would be good to know, like, what other towns do and who gets to decide and are there criteria. I just think it's safe. I mean, kind of in this day and age, the last thing you want to do is name something and then find out, you know, that might not have been the best decision for various reasons.
Yep.
Okay, so any other necessary business that cannot wait? First, before you do that, I just want to mention that the PCFs down here, I do believe there is a police officer that's important that we attend to, that a lot of the other positions for the PCFs are an attempt to raise up the folks that are less than minimum wage. And I just want to mention that we discussed last time that we supported raising people up to the minimum wage. The state of Massachusetts did change that as of January 1, 2021. And I believe we were given a dollar amount of what that would involve. We also asked what other people in town are not at minimum wage. And we heard that it was election workers, library substitutes, and the volunteer coordinator in the senior center. So then we asked, is this money, since we're already in FY21, if we increase, do all of the departments have the money in their budget to retroactively do this? We didn't want to automatically say just this group of people without considering others. So I just want to let people know that these PCFs, with the exception of the one that Ed's going to mention relative to the police department, are an attempt to bring up people to minimum wage. And I just want assurances, since the select board had said it was important to them, that we also hear about, even though we don't have the PCFs in front of us, do the other department heads have the money in their budget? Are they in the process of submitting PCFs? Is there universal support to support the minimum wage going back to January 1 if it comes out of their own budget? So before Ed mentions other business, which will, I think, include the PCF of the police department, I just wanted people to have the context of the other PCFs, okay?
Yeah, and I can tell you that Barbara Golden filed the PCFs for the library substitutes today, and Joan Linehan filed, and I don't think it's the volunteer coordinator, it's the other position, filed that PCF request with the PPB today.
Okay, so that leaves the election workers who we had said that have not had any they haven't worked at all since January 1, so it only involved the election coming up. Correct?
Those are the only other ones that I am aware of that would that need to be put forward. Correct.
Could we, since we don't have all the PCFs for the other departments, could we wait on these until our next meeting next week? We're just not that far away.
Right.
Why would you do that?
Well, we also asked to see what was the total amount per department.
Or do we have assurances that it can be covered in library and COA and everybody else? That's what we had asked, right? That they cover that.
And also, I know they say the fire department, and perhaps it is, but we still don't know what the total amount is retroactive and what it does to the, to the expense line of the departments.
I thought we were told that. We were told the total amount, and we were told that they have the money in the budget for the fire department. I just want assurances that we're not disadvantaging these other departments and that we're also raising anybody else that's below minimum wage up. What is the total amount? We were already told that already.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I didn't see it in writing. I mean, so that's my best way of gathering and
okay.
getting information.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know. Do we have a sense whether this is the last batch of the EMTs or firefighters that would come up for this, rather?
This is the only group that came forward through the PQB.
Who came through that we already approved them? We approved a few, didn't we, already?
No, we didn't. We decided not to. We have not approved any. We actually, at the last meeting, we had said that they were not, the PCFs weren't completed yet.
Okay.
And so, Ed, are you able to chime in on the total dollar amount that, well, obviously, we don't know how many hours the election workers will be working per se.
Right.
I don't know if there's money in the general government to cover that. As far as the library, do we know the total amount, and do they have the money in their budget? And we do know that the fire does. So is there any numbers, Ed, you can give us?
I'll have to go back and do the calculation for the library. There's only been one substitute that's been working, so I'll have to go back and calculate that for you.
We can also approve them pending the availability of them to all cover it within their own budget for this particular year, and that it covers all people that are currently under 1350.
But because a few of these I thought had not been signed by PQB, which is, I thought, what we were waiting for too. Now, am I wrong on that? Maybe.
Oh, I don't know.
They're all signed by PPB.
They were all signed.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we should just back up a little bit and go to any other necessary business. Do you want to? I just providing a little bit of like context that we have another PCF that is going to be presented to us prior to looking at these. So, Ed, do you want to provide that information to the board?
Yeah, and I will remind you that there's some PCFs on this list that don't have anything to do with minimum wage, so those should be addressed.
Right. Okay. Do you want to?
So
go ahead.
So do you want me to go back to any other necessary business and deal with the PCF for Brianna Eckstadt, part-time police officer with no benefits? And I know Ian is still on, so.
Yeah, I just thought there was a time sensitive in terms of.
It is, because Ian's actually been said that he actually filed this a month ago, so he's been waiting anxiously for it. He had to threaten me with a taser to get me to add it to the agenda for tonight, because of course PPB didn't meet until Thursday night, and the agenda was already filed. So.
Okay, so who would like to present the PCF then? I mean.
So
I've got it. I've got it here. Or if Ian's got it in front of it, if he'd like to present it.
I can get it.
While you're getting it, Francine, when does the PQB meet again?
They're meeting this Thursday at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
And they've updated the agenda, and this may be on. I'm checking it and seeing if it's on for Thursday's meeting.
Ed, are you waiting for me to present the PCF?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have it. We just have it listed.
Okay, I thought you had it. Okay, this is for.
I don't have it.
It should be in your packet. Well, it's probably in the packet it's in the packet that's in the Dropbox, and it's also a separate file in the Dropbox.
Yeah, it's not on the email one, so go ahead, Ian.
It's not on the email one. Okay, go ahead then, Ian.
That she was an auxiliary officer and she successfully completed our training program. So therefore, I'm requesting that she become a part-time status police officer. And this is a 19.5 or hours or less, unless she signs a waiver. And her hourly rate is $18.50 per our contract per hour.
Unbenefited.
Unbenefited, yes.
Okay, any questions about that PCF for Briexted? Someone like to make a motion, please?
So she'll be work under those 19 hours unless she signs a waiver.
Exactly. Yeah.
Has everybody else signed a waiver, just out of curiosity?
Those that were willing to, yes. So those officers, the majority of them did. Some don't really, they don't have any ambition of working more than 16 hours, 8 hours a week anyway. So they don't, but those that wanted to did sign, yes.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the PCF.
I'll second it.
Okay, Matt, and then Chris, any further comments, questions? All in favor?
Fishman, aye.
Fowles eye.
Roland, aye.
And Groden, aye. All right, any other necessary business that can't wait for the next, actually, it should say April 27th meeting. Okay, so let's, Francine, would you like to lead us through the PCFs and decide which ones we're going to go ahead with, if not all of them?
Yeah, I'm heading back to the.
I'm going to sign off. Folks.
Okay, we had.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you. We had Raymond Rodriguez, Fire EMS resignation. Lise Lemelin, also Fire EMS resignation. And Richard Paul, Fire EMS, as a separation. Those three.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion to approve those three resignations or resignation and separation?
So moved.
I'll second it.
All right, Matt and Chris, any further questions, discussion? All in favor?
Fishman, aye.
Fowles eye.
Groden, aye.
Okay. And there is another one on here that is not a resignation, and it is not an increase in minimum wage. It's a promotion for an EMS Lieutenant, Stephen King.
Okay, yep, promotion to lieutenant. Okay. And all the signatures are there and
Yeah. I'm
approved?
here. I'm scrolling through, yes.
Yeah, they are.
They're there. They are.
And there's one other one that's not related to an increase for minimum wage. And that's the PCF for Robert Moore, which is an information change, fire EMS, from inactive paramedic to non-active administrative.
Yes.
Okay, do you want to take those two together?
Yeah.
Or separately? Okay, would someone like to make a motion to approve the PCF for Stephen King and Robert Moore?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Chris and then Matt. Any questions? All in favor?
Fishman, aye.
Fowles eye.
Groden, aye. Okay, that leaves three other ones that are personal change forms, Timothy Putnam and Rachel Janik Capello. Those are new hire and then employee change. And then we have all the ones that are the minimum wage increase.
And so these are the ones that are not signed by PQB. Do they not have to be?
Oh,
These are all signed by PPB now.
Well, not in my packet. Okay.
Look in the Dropbox.
Francine? Okay,
No,
Francine.
Okay, it's Timothy Putnam, Rachel Janik Capello, and Robert Moore, who's had a change in status from inactive paramedic to non-active administrative. Those,
We already approved Robert Moore, Francine.
We just did him.
I'm sorry. Then
Yep,
it's
so just the other two.
The other two.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the new hire for Timothy Putnam and the employee change for Rachel Janik Capello?
Yes.
Okay, Matt, and then a second?
I'll second.
Matt, Francine, all in favor?
Fishman, aye.
Falls eye.
Roden, aye. Okay, what would you like to do about the minimum wage increases? I believe it is requested to be retroactive to January 1, and it is been mentioned that it's currently able to happen within their budget.
I guess my question is, you know, in terms of equity across the board, not that they shouldn't get this, it's whether or not the question is the other departments can afford that. And if
Okay.
they can't, then we wouldn't be affording them the same increase. And I think I'd like to figure a way that we could do that.
Okay.
Wait. We can't even legally withhold this, can we?
Yes, it doesn't apply to municipal employees.
Doesn't apply to them, technically.
Correct.
This is all voluntary on our part.
Yeah, I mean, the issue was this: they want to go back to January 1, and we're totally fine going forward for this fiscal year, but we had made the stipulation with Chief that he'd find the money in his budget to do these retroactively, and he said he can do that, but we just don't know about the other departments that we talked about tonight.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So I mean, but there's so few people though in those departments. Do we really think that it's an issue, Ed? I mean, for library or COA to not have one position's worth?
Or the election workers.
Yeah, or the election people.
Well, they really haven't worked since, you know, and if they have, it's been a little bit lately since January 1st. So I don't see that being a huge impact to that budget. And like I say, with the library, there's only been one substitute that's been working since January 1st. Yeah, legally, we're tied to the federal minimum wage, which is all of $7.25.
Yeah, no, nobody disputes these need to happen. It's just, we just want to be sure that we were doing it across the board the same way. But I think if we can go on the assumption that the other department, well, especially library and COA and even the election workers don't have more than one or two people that are affected, they ought to be able to find the money to do this. Because the biggest bulk of them here was for out of the fire department. So I'm okay to go forward with these tonight.
Okay, would you like to make a motion, Chris, then?
Okay. Do we have all the names here?
Yep.
Let's see. Let me see if I can. Or Francine, you want to do them?
Okay. It's everyone else. It's Jeffrey Russell, Nathan Boudreau, Tyler Alberti, Anna Nadler, Eric Loico, and Alec Dotman.
Okay.
Okay, and the motion is to increase their base pay to the state minimum wage of $13.50, providing that the money is available in the fire department firefighter wages. Is there any other stipulation?
Yes, and there are 3 of them that have a special certification, and for that they get 50 cents more an hour. So they would go up to $14 while everybody else was $13.50.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I thought you made the original one.
No,
that's okay.
Oh, did I?
All
I
right.
did. I'm sorry. I did. Never mind.
Okay.
I did.
All right. So would someone like to second that?
I'll second it.
Okay. So Chris and then Francine, further discussion?
No.
Just to make sure that we have in here the contingency that the other departments will be reviewed at the next meeting.
Okay. And that'll be part of the motion then, that we would support them so long as the PCFs for the other positions move on and that we're able to fund them. Okay, all in favor?
Fishman, aye.
Falls eye.
Roden, aye.
Roland, aye.
Okay, thank you. We don't have any licenses or permits, but we have quite a few warrants. So Chris, you want to review them with us?
Team, I got to depart now. I'm getting up
Okay.
through, so
All right, safe travels.
Appreciate you.
Yep. Travel well.
Thank you.
Have a safe flight.
Thank you.
Have a good time.
Take it easy.
See you, Matt.
Next week, Matt.
Bye.
Yeah, okay, we do have several warrants here. So the first is payroll warrant P2140 in the amount of $288,911.54. A payroll deduction warrant PD 2140 in the amount of $46,089.90. Another vendor payable warrant W2141 in the amount of $103,643.65. Vendor payable warrant, small amendment there, W2141A in the amount of $1,625.61. And another payroll warrant, P2142 in the amount of $290,679.17. And lastly, the payroll deduction warrant, PD 2142 in the amount of $46,498.46. That's it.
All right, thank you, Chris. Any questions on the warrants?
No.
Okay, next, there are no documents of signature other than the document that Ed previously mentioned requires signature on the bidding. I am not prepared to approve the minutes. The packet came in, I didn't get a chance to read them to the extent that I'd like to. They came in a little bit later than I had time to do. So without a quorum of the select board, if you don't mind, we can put that on the agenda for the next time.
Sure.
We have select board meetings now on the 27th of April and and the 29th. We're going to post a meeting for the 27th, which is already, I believe, posted the 29th, and then May 4th. Hopefully, just to be on the safe side, and we might be dropping one of the 27 or 29.
Right.
Okay, then at this point, it's open time for the public. The select board reserves a portion of its meeting for public comment and encourages participation, and I won't bother reading the whole thing, but is there anybody from the public who would like to speak?
Hang on a second, Tammy. There you go.
Okay.
Tamara Lunas, 298 College Highway. My question was in regards to when you were going over the highway budget. My understanding is several years ago, 2 people left and they were never replaced. And so that was dropped out of a budget. And now we're trying to do all this road construction and improvement and stuff, but we don't even have a full team to do it. Has that ever been discussed of trying to get those people back or replaced?
It's not that it was dropped out of the budget. There are vacant positions that we are looking to hire for.
So they're in the budget.
Yes.
They are in the budget.
Yes, they are. And
Okay.
Randall would love to find someone to fill those positions.
Okay. All right. Okay, then that's better. Okay, so they are in. Okay. And the only other question I have for you is the Celebrate Southampton is trying to set up another meeting for next week. And does the town have the ability for non-department heads to use a Zoom? We had somebody become ill and is now out of commission for us that normally does that for us. That set up the Zoom meetings. I can only have one for 40 minutes and then it kicks everybody out.
Yeah, but then you can start it up again.
Yeah, well, that's what I've had to do.
Yeah.
Tammy,
But aren't there people in the committee that actually are part of the town? Like, you're a school committee member.
But I do not have access to their Zoom accounts.
So,
Right.
okay.
Correct.
What
And
is the-
I would probably go forward to the legal limits and say that would be the use of a municipal resource by an outside agency, which isn't allowed.
Okay,
Let
thank
me
you.
just ask you,
So
when,
I'm very sorry, but
Yep,
I want to ask, when is your meeting?
the 27th,
At what time?
7 o'clock, and you guys may be having a select board meeting.
Yeah, I was gonna say I could use my personal Zoom and join in, but not for that time.
And
Yeah,
I
I
would rather you guys be at the select board meeting than at ours. And if need be, I will set it up several Zoom meetings back to back. But I wanted to ask if there was the possibility.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in the same situation, and we would offer hours, but.
You just have to make a 40-minute agenda, Tammy, that's all. Just cut to the chase.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Tammy. All right, so let me just get back to here. We skipped over the pending items. Did you want to say anything, anybody, about the Doors Green Community Grant, any of the items that are on here, the Greenway?
no.
No. We haven't gotten any information about the Greenway, the first grant we've received. We don't know anything yet about it, really, except for the announcement that we heard. So we haven't gotten any more details about that whatsoever. But keeping our fingers crossed for the second grant. We won't know until July on that one, though.
Okay.
On the charter building, anything?
No.
I'm just wondering, can we barter with them for the increased bandwidth that you want in town?
There we go.
I'm trying to think of something there.
That would be one heck of a coup if we could do that.
Well.
Well, speaking of charter, we did get one additional letter, and this, again, there's a lot of dissatisfaction with the internet, and I'm hoping that obviously the increase we're looking for is more on the town hall level, but residents are continually not happy with our internet capabilities. And Ed, I believe you did reach out to our customer representative, but I will read to you the letter that came in. And this was a follow-up letter about inconsistent cable service. But this is from Dave McDougall. I've been tracking internet speeds with an app. I am willing to share this with the board. By the way, Friday night and no internet. It fades out frequently. The cable company stated I needed to buy a bigger, more costly plan. I'm left scratching my head. Am I paying for a plan that they know is not a viable plan to provide access? If so, then why is it offered as a plan? Feeling helpless in regard to this whole situation. Is the cable committee still in commission? When is the cable contract up for renewal? So I need to write back to him. I wrote back initially to say it's being addressed at the select board meeting, and that we'd be reaching out to our charter spectrum representative. So Ed, you did speak to somebody over there, correct?
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to get back to me on a response.
Okay. I was not aware that there was a cable commission or cable committee. So obviously that was a part in the past. And did this involve town residents and boards and representatives from the cable company? Do you know?
That I do not know. I believe it was not in existence long before I got here, but
Okay.
I can do some research to see what I can find out on that.
Okay, and our cable contract, it was a 7-year contract. I'm sure we're not anywhere near the end of that.
I believe, I'll double check this, but I believe we're in year 4. And so it would have 6 years left on it, but I will double check that to make sure that that's accurate.
Well, 3 year, was it a 10-year contract or a 7?
I thought it was a 10, but I'll double check that too.
Okay. All right. Well, that's okay. Well, I think that that's came up again. I keep mentioning is the second highest priority in town, and I'd be very interested to see if the tech committee also has any suggestions or recommendations on this. Has that come up at all, Chris, in the technology committee?
In terms of charter?
In terms of, yeah, internet service and charter specifically?
Well, yeah, in general, there's been some talk about, this whole notion of our second priority there on the broadband and internet. So there's definitely some interest there to pursue that a little bit further. Yep.
And I know they talked about it again at their last meeting, and it may have been after you had to leave and go to your other meeting, Chris.
Yeah, I think it was actually. Yeah. But they definitely have got some people. Kim Florick in particular is one that's quite interested in it. And has certainly had the experience with the school as well too. But yeah, just one other item I just wanted to not forget, and I guess it hasn't crossed our desk yet, but remember there was a whole issue about nominating people for the Easthampton media. We haven't seen any paperwork on it. I don't know if we're supposed to see any paperwork, but we knew that there were 3 people interested. So I don't know what's happened with them.
Yeah,
they're all people from the tech committee that had reached out to Easthampton Media saying they were interested, but I think Easthampton Media is waiting on us to do something, but I don't know exactly what it was to nominate them. They changed.
Maybe. Yeah.
Is that really our charge?
I don't know.
I think it is. I think it is. I remember seeing something about them acknowledging that some individuals had reached out to them. So I'll go back and see what I can find on that.
Well, I guess I wasn't sure if the individuals needed to fill out that volunteer form, Ed, in order to come to us. I didn't know what the next step was.
Yeah, I mean that's really not our committee, so I would say maybe a letter of interest. So let me follow up and see if I can find what Easthampton Media actually said. So
yeah, okay.
Okay. Any other correspondence or any other business?
Don't think so.
Okay, then we will adjourn, but we will also be going into executive session, and we will not be returning to open session. We'll be going into executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, Number 6, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate if the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the public body. So can I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
And I'll second it.
So Chris and then Francine. A roll call vote.
Fishman, aye.
Fowles, aye.
Groden, aye. Okay, so let's see what time it is. It is 10:00. I have 10:10.
10:10. Sorry. Yep.
What time would you like to reconvene?
Well, just 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, 10:15?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, see you shortly. Good night, everybody. Thank you for this discussion. It's never easy when it has to do with budget priorities. So we'll see you shortly. Good night.
Thank you.
5.
Bye.
Yep.
Yep.